Senate President and the Senators of the Republic.
The 68th session of the Senate and the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Today will be led in prayer by our distinguished colleague from Taguig and Pateros, no other than our distinguished colleague, Senator Pia S. Cayetano.
Let us put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Almighty Father, we lift our voices in praise and honor of your holy name. We continue to seek your divine guidance as we fulfill our solemn duty to the Filipino people. We turn to your sacred teaching to enlighten us as written in 1 Peter chapter 4, verse 10. Each of us should use whatever gift you have received to serve others as faithful stewards of God's grace in its various forms. Lord, we are humbled by the gifts of wisdom and knowledge that you have graciously bestowed upon us. May you continue to guide us in using these gifts to serve others faithfully as stewards of your grace. We ask that you let your love and grace shine through us in all that we do. In your holy name, we pledge to serve the Filipino people with unyielding commitment. All this we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 19 senators physically present and 1 senator virtually present, a total of 20 senators present, the chair declares presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, at this juncture, may I be allowed to just acknowledge some guests from the gallery? Mr. President, we have with us local officials of Huban, Sorsogon, led by Vice Mayor Felipe Guasa, guests of Senators Escudero and Angara.
Yes, we welcome the officials from, is it Huban or
Huban, Sorsogon.
Sorsogon. Yes, led by the Vice Mayor. Magandang hapon po. Welcome to your Senate, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. This juncture, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Yes, there being no objection. Secretary, please proceed to the reference of business.
Bills on first reading, Senate number 2636, providing for the Magna Carta of Waste Workers, Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Labor and Employment and Ways and Means and Finance.
2637, strengthening the practice of midwifery as a profession in the Philippines, providing funds therefore, repealing RA 7392, otherwise known as the Philippine Midwifery Act of 1992, Senator Go.
To the Committees on Civil Service and Finance.
2638, institutionalizing the assistance to individuals in crisis situation program of the DSWD, providing penalties for violation of certain unlawful acts and appropriating funds therefore, Senator Go.
To the Committee on Social Justice and Finance.
2639, declaring the 8th of October of every year as a special day for the commemoration of the Philippines-Germany Friendship Day, Senator Pimentel III.
To the Committee on Foreign Relations and Finance.
2640, declaring the 9th of July of every year as a special day for the commemoration of the Philippines-Italy Friendship Day, Senator Pimentel III.
To the Committees on Foreign Relations and Finance.
2641, declaring the 2nd of June of every year as a special day for the commemoration of the Philippines-Russia Friendship Day, Senator Pimentel III.
To the Committees on Foreign Relations and Finance.
2642, declaring the 26th of June of every year as a special day for the commemoration of the Philippines-France Friendship Day, Senator Pimentel III.
To the Committees on Foreign Relations and Finance.
2643, institutionalizing a mechanism on the declaration of the state of imminent disaster, providing for the criteria for such declaration and lifting, enabling anticipatory measures, providing funds therefore, Senator Estrada.
The Committees on National Defense and Finance.
2644, establishing a unified electronic medical records for all patients at public hospitals and clinics, establishing for this purpose the Electronic Medical Record Center under the DOH and appropriating funds therefore, Senator Lapid.
Committees on Health and Demography, Science and Technology, and Finance.
Resolutions. Proposed Senate Resolution 999, directing the Senate Committee on Public Information and Mass Media to conduct an investigation on the role of media in the dissemination of public information during times of conflict, Senator Padilla.
Committee on Public Information and Mass Media.
1000, directing the Senate Committee on Public Information and Mass Media to conduct an inquiry on the indefinite suspension of Sunshine Media Network International, which allegedly violates press freedom, Senator Padilla.
Committees on Public Service, Public Information, and Mass Media.
1001, calling for the Senate Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation to conduct an investigation into the policy, public safety, and national security implications of foreigners using falsification or unlawfully obtained documents, as well as other schemes to pose as Filipinos, with emphasis on the concentration in areas critical to national defense. Senator Ontiveros.
Committees on Accountability of Public Officers and Investigations, National Defense.
1002, directing the Senate Committee on Health and Demography to conduct an inquiry on the alleged multi-level marketing scheme in pharmaceutical companies, Senator Tulfo.
To the Committee on Health and Demography, Civil Service.
1005, expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Philippine Senate on the demise of Cecile Baun, award-winning makeup and prosthetic artist, and honoring her contribution to Philippine cinema, Senator Estrada.
Committee on Rules.
1006, congratulating and commending Efren Bata Reyes for his induction into the World Billiards Hall of Fame held in Yushan, China, Senator Lapid.
Committee on Rules.
1007, directing the appropriate Senate Committee to conduct an inquiry on the alleged sale of degrees to foreign students in Cagayan Province for the purpose of determining the veracity of the said allegations and the necessity of proposing recommendations on existing policies on crafting complementary or amendatory legislation. Senator Gatchalian.
To Committee on Higher Technical Vocational Education.
1008, directing the Senate Committee on Energy to conduct an inquiry on the alarming declaration of red and yellow alerts in the Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao grid, Senator Tulfo.
The Committee on Energy.
1009, expressing the profound sympathy and condolences of the Senate on the death of former Senator Rene Sagisag by Senator Zubiri, Legarda, Villanueva, and Pimentel III.
To the Committee on Rules.
1010, honoring the late former Senator Rene V. Sagisag for his inspiration, exemplary, and valuable role as Senator and human rights lawyer activist, Senator Ontiveros.
Committee on Rules.
1011, directing the appropriate Senate Committee to conduct an inquiry on the alleged collusion between doctors and pharmaceutical companies, Senator Ejercito.
To the Committee on Health and Demography, Civil Service. The Majority Leader.
Ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, the gentleman from San Juan, Senator Jingo Estrada, is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of San Juan, Senator Estrada, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a point of inquiry, Mr. President. Mr. President, yesterday, Senator Tulfo and myself delivered a privileged speech regarding the multi-level marketing scheme of a certain pharmaceutical agency named Belkens. And the majority leader has not referred it yet to any appropriate committee. And I heard that Senator J.V. Ejercito had a similar resolution that was filed and was not yet referred to the appropriate committee. And much to my surprise, Mr. President, the committee chaired by Senator Bongo heard conducted a hearing this morning and heard the privileged speeches of myself and Senator Tulfo. And again, much to my surprise, I was forced to attend the hearing because all the officials of the said pharmaceutical agency were present. And of course, I would also like to thank Senator Bongo for his appropriate action, for his motu proprio action in conducting the hearing right away. But rules are rules. May I know from the majority leader what did we violate any rule, a 3-day rule? Because we just delivered a privileged speech yesterday, and again, I was surprised why the stakeholders or shareholders of Belkens Pharmaceutical Agency were already present, Mr. Chair.
Yes, we'd like to hear the answer from the majority leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, the gentleman from San Juan is correct in stating that it is indeed in the Committee on Rules when you talk about the privileged speech delivered yesterday by Your Honor, Senator Estrada and Senator Tulfo. And in today's hearing, Mr. President, and I have with me the agenda for the hearing for today, conducted by the Committee on Health and Demography, I was informed that the basis of the hearing is letter C, motu proprio inquiry in aid of legislation on the rights of patients to appropriate medical care, information, and informed consent, focusing on the prescription of medicines, with the end view of assessing whether existing laws and regulations adequately protect the rights of patients to be prescribed with the appropriate and correct amount of medicines as treatment, and to determine and propose additional policies and mechanisms for their protection. So that was the basis, Mr. President, and I believe it is not, and the chairman of the Senate Committee on Health can correct this representation, that it is not about the privileged speech delivered yesterday by the gentleman from San Juan and the gentleman from Isabela and Davao. The gentleman from San Juan is also correct with our rules when he stated about the 3-day notice for its members in Rule 11, Section 22, Mr. President, on the third paragraph. Special meetings may be called by the chairman of a committee by 1/3 of its members, but notice, including the agenda, place, and time of the meeting, shall be given 3 days in advance to every member of the committee. So, Mr. President, I think it is clear, and unfortunately, I am not aware, Mr. President, this representation is not aware of who were invited in today's hearing, and rest assured, Mr. President, that we still abide and submit to the rules of the Senate, and as far as this representation is concerned, I don't think we violated any of our rules, Mr. President. But it's also important that the gentleman from San Juan is raising this particular issue so that everything will be clear and under our rules, Mr. President.
Mr.
So
President.
we thank him, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Yes, Senator Bongo is recognized.
we clarified during the hearing that the privileged speeches were referred to the Committee on Rules. We conducted the hearings, is a motu proprio inquiry on the rights of the patients on the issue, no, naging hot issue na po ito. And last week po, nag-file po ng resolution si Senator JB, and Senator JB, the office of Senator JB Ejercito requested the COMSEC to invite the involved personalities. We issued the notice on April 24. We just mentioned that resolutions were filed on this. Na-mention lang po kanina, but not on the basis of the privilege speeches po. Na-mention lang po namin kanina during the hearing, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you. Although the, yes, Minority Floor Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to Senator Estrada for bringing this matter up. I was not able to monitor this morning's hearing. Pero kung ganyan po nangyari, this was brought to the floor yesterday. Yesterday lang po, ano? And then, ang pagkakaalam ko kasi, Mr. President, that's why it's the premier committee in the Senate. Ang meron lang motu proprio power would be the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, Mr. President. So, ano ngayon, what would now be the status of the privilege speeches if they were heard this morning, and yet what if they get referred to a different committee? Ano po mangyayari? So what did we gain this morning? Did we get a preview of the answer of the Bell Ken's company?
Although, may I just answer quickly for the Majority Floor Leader? All committees can motu proprio do hearings. It is under our rules.
Yes, Mr.
under
President.
Ano rule?
Section 2.
Yes.
And it's happened in the past. There's precedence for this because I remember during one of the breaks, si Senator Villar, when it was an issue on agricultural smuggling, nag-hearing din po siya kaagad after the 3-day rule, of course, inviting resource persons. And several others, no? I believe even Senator Gatchalian, when he was chairman of the Committee on Energy, pag may power crisis during the break, he has hearings conducted on issues on, of course, the power sector when he was chairman of the Committee on Energy. So it's been a precedent already for the Senate to do so. I guess the inquiry now is only about the issue of the speeches yesterday that have been delivered to or have been referred to the Committee on Rules on how it will be adopted to this hearing of Senator Bongo. So I think the question whether or not the committees are allowed, it is allowed under our rules because I do not want to hamper the committee system in the Senate. The Senate's committees are, I think, the most powerful part of the Senate, or it's a part of the system of the Senate. And so we should allow motu proprio investigations concerning the jurisdictions of each and every committee. Yes, our Senate President Pro Temp is
Yes.
recognized.
It's important that the Committee on Rules discusses this because I've been here since 1998, and I know that we would stick to the agenda and the guests who were invited, but I'm reading now Resolution Number 5, Section 2, and the interpretation that the chair, the Senate President is saying, and the Majority Leader is saying that this is important that we decide on that. Even if a subject matter is not in the agenda and guests who are not invited, the chair can then motu proprio discuss everything and anything within his or her jurisdiction. Let's be certain about that so that the rules are clear, because it says here, inquiries may be initiated by the Senate or any of its committees if the matter is within its competence or upon petition filed. When you say petition filed, it could be a resolution or a bill filed, or upon information given by any senator. In this case, it was an information given by a senator on the floor, or by any person not a member thereof. Meaning, even if the information was given midnight the night before, and no resolution was filed or privileged speech, even if any information was slipped to the senator presiding, he or she may discuss it even if it's not part of the agenda. Can we clarify that? That is important. No, because in this case, there is no 3-day notice. So we may not be able to decide it here. Again, I am not for it or against it, just so that the rules are very clear. I want it made clear that everything and all topics within the jurisdiction of a chair may be discussed in a committee hearing, even if it is not discussed on the floor by a resolution or a privileged speech. Is that the interpretation? Let's ask Senate Legislation, Committee on Rules, Legal Counsel to check. Kasi ang ibig sabihin yan, maski walang 3-day rule, ay pwedeng pag-usapan basta ayon sa jurisdiction. The 3-day rule would refer perhaps to the advice to the senators, staff, and the guests, right? After you've filed it. So, we're not rushing to decide on it now because we have to decide on it with real clarity. Anything, if we interpret anything, can be slipped to a senator, even if it's not part of the agenda, as long as it's within the jurisdiction of the committee, and he or she may add it to the agenda. Is that the decision of the majority leader, or you would rather err on the side of caution and have it studied by the Rules Committee so that we're clear?
I'd rather go on the side of caution, Mr. President, but at the same time,
Yeah.
may I just put into the records, Mr. President, and emphasize the Rule 11, Section 22 of our Senate rules, that the 3-day rule being mentioned here is not for the guests, Mr. President. It is for the members of the Senate. So, again, Mr. President, if the notice, for example, in today's hearing of the Committee on Health and Demography was given to the members 3 days in advance, then I don't see any
No violation.
irregularity, Mr.
Yeah, there's
President.
no violation.
Yes, as long as,
No, maybe we
again-
can ask the committee through the chairperson, was there an invitation sent to the senators last week for today's hearing?
Yes, Mr.
Yes.
President, April 24. Nabanggit kasi itong issue na ito, April 2. It was brought up by Senator Raffy Tulfo about this practice, no? So kaya ginawa natin, motu proprio inquiry in aid of legislation on the rights of patients to appropriate medical care, information, and informed consent, focusing on the prescription of medicines. Napag-usapan na po itong issue na ito noong April 2. It was brought up by Senator Tulfo at naging lumaki lang siya. Last week, it was mentioned sa interview yata ni Senator JB. That's why nag-issue po ang komite ng invitation April 24 at 24 ang notice, and then yung mga
Duly received naman ng mga senators'
Yes,
offices, Comsec? Yes.
Mr. President, with due respect, what was the notice for? Because from my understanding, the notice that was posted is regarding bullying in the, was it hospital setting? That was the notice we received. So it is very possible that a senator who is not inclined to attend a hearing on bullying would not attend, not knowing that there's going to be another topic taken up. I think that is the important point that we should be discussing, Mr. President. What is the point of a notice if matters beyond the notice are going to be taken up intentionally? Of course, kung nabanggit, and then the chairman, you know, on the side is, oh, pakituloy lang yung issue na yon. But to intentionally have a hearing on a subject matter that is not contained in the notice and we have sometimes 6 hearings simultaneously going on, and we have other obligations, how would we know, Mr. President? How do we properly inform ourselves?
Yes.
Because that is the purpose of a notice, Mr. President.
You're absolutely correct. But to just give the proper information to the body, I have a copy of the Notice of Inquiry in Aid of Legislation of the Health Committee, and it's under letter C. Under letter C of its notice, motu proprio inquiry in aid of legislation on the rights of patients to appropriate medical care, etc., etc. So, it's one long paragraph. So, nabanggit naman doon sa kanyang notice. In other words, proper naman yung procedure
So,
ng
pasok po siya,
commission.
Mr. President.
Pasok po siya.
Pasok siya sa rules natin.
Yes.
Salamat, Mr. President.
Yeah, very clear. As far as I'm concerned, of course, I will not debate with my majority leader, but as a former majority leader myself, 3 times, I can see that the rules in this particular case were followed.
I think, Mr. President, it's also important to note that if it is happened during the hearing without being part of the notice given to the members with the 3-day rule, that's a different story, Mr. President. So,
Yes,
again, the speeches delivered yesterday were not referred yet, but we can
Refer them now,
dispense and refer it, Mr.
Absolutely.
President.
You can
If
make the motion, Your Honor.
we can
Majority Leader.
do it now if,
No,
if,
Mr.
if
President, I understand, no? Unfortunately, I agree. I note that the motu proprio, the rights of patients is in the agenda, but the privilege speech, the 2 privilege speeches were not referred. So how would a senator know that that specific topic, and as mentioned by one of the sponsors, the complete set of officers were there? How would the senator know that that whole agenda would be covered today? Kung nadaanan, okay lang. But that whole topic was there. And even the sponsor was shocked that they were complete. It's a good thing he had decided to attend because yung buong scope ng kanyang topic nando doon. And then last point I'd like to raise, Mr. President.
It was the...
Under Rule 10, sorry,
Sorry.
would you like to?
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Under Rule 10, Section 13, which is the enumeration of the powers of the different committees, subsection 2 says, on accountability of public officers and investigations. It says here, investigation of any matter of public interest on its own initiative or brought to its attention by any member of the Senate. So it is only the Blue Ribbon Committee, Mr. President, that has that phrase under its own initiatives. And for the 17 years that I've been a senator, I file resolutions in my own committee following these rules because my understanding is it's only the Blue Ribbon Committee on its own initiative. Of course, in a time of emergency, we are on break. Of course, we will not stop the Committee on Energy to have a hearing. Of course not. But what is the purpose of this on its own initiative under the Blue Ribbon Committee powers if everybody else can do it? Hindi ko po sinaswapang yun. Eh di palitan natin, let's amend. What is our intention? Because we just have to be clear about our rules. We are a institution governed by rules so that we can do our job properly. So I humbly submit that we submit these queries to the Committee on Rules
Yes.
so that they can discuss it with our legal, our luminaries, our experienced
Yes.
heads, and then properly guide us, Mr. President. Thank you.
But just for the record, we amended the rules of procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation, Your Honor. And under Section 2, initiation of inquiry, it's very clear. It used to be, I recall, it used to be the Blue Ribbon Committee motu proprio. Actually, immediately, even not following the 3-day rule, pwede yun. Diba? Parang immediate yung investigation on its own. However, we amended and strengthened the rules of procedure and added the Section 2. So, if you wish, we can have the Committee on Rules come out with the legal and the correct and final decision on this particular issue. Yes, so we can refer to the Committee on Rules to come
Yes,
up with a
Mr.
decision.
President, we admire and respect the issues raised in today's session, and there's always room for improvement, Mr. President, and as we are talking about some other matters, Mr. President, with regard to our rules, we can always look into it and study further and improve as much as we can, Mr. President, in order to give our best service to our country and people.
And yes,
We
and
thank-
just to add, Majority Leader, just to add, we've had instances in the past, my dear colleagues, where there is an ongoing investigation, and then somebody stands up to add additional information on that particular topic. It is referred to the committee that's hearing the measure. But I understand where the good lady senator is coming from, Senator Pia Cayetano, because I know that the Blue Ribbon Committee should be involved in this, because if it is incompetence or malfeasance, misfeasance, or some neglect of duty in the government agency, particularly, in this case I can say either the DOH, the PRC, or PhilHealth, then definitely the Blue Ribbon Committee should get involved in this particular issue. That is the reason why I believe the Majority Floor Leader had referred it muna to the Committee on Rules, because he wants to see the Majority Leader, together with Committee on Rules, will decide which is the perfect committee that will handle this investigation. Although, nothing stops also the Committee on Rules to having a parallel investigation. Committee on Health together with the Committee on, or the Blue Ribbon Committee on this particular case.
Yes,
So,
Mr. President.
Majority Leader, we leave it to your Committee on
Yes,
Rules.
Mr. President,
for the
thank you.
referral.
And you wanted to me to raise it? Well, Mr. President, as before we end the discussion on this particular issue, Mr. President, the Minority Leader is asking this representation because Senator Risa actually asked him in this representation about the referral of the resolution that she filed on the issue of the so-called gentleman's agreement that we referred to the Rules Committee. Mr. President, again, we made mention, Mr. President, of the complexity of this proposed Senate resolution. At the same time, it was referred to the Committee on Rules as a matter of course to, as mentioned by our Senate President, to ascertain which standing committee actually should handle the resolution. The Committee on Rules will then look into it and will look into the appropriate jurisdiction and referral of the same to the relevant committees, because, Mr. President, you have Committee on Foreign Relations insofar as this relates to diplomatic relations of the Philippines with other countries. You have the National Defense and Security of Senator Jinggoy, because this may also have an impact on our national security. You also have the Blue Ribbon Committee of Senator Pia Cayetano on matters relating to including the investigation of malfeasance, misfeasance, and nonfeasance in office by officers and employees of the government. And possibly the Special Committee on Philippine Maritime and Admiralty Zones, because this has an impact on our maritime zones too. But there's another prejudicial question, Mr. President. Are we going to hear this particular topic, considering that the said parties involved, well, we cannot, we did not hear the President of China talking about this, but our former President is saying there's no such thing. So what are we going to hear, Mr. President? What are we going to investigate? So these are the things that we wanted to clarify on this August body. That is the main reason why we are referring this resolution in the
You
Committee
can
on
only
Rules.
invite Harry Roque, because it is only my dear friend Harry Roque who mentioned about it.
Because, again, Mr.
Everybody
President,
else is denying
granting
it.
without admitting that there's indeed this so-called gentleman's agreement, Mr. President, I mean, what are we going to talk about? There's not even a shred of tissue paper, Mr. President, with regard to this so-called agreement, Mr. President. And again, I stand by my word, Mr. President, that for me, this is all a propaganda coming from the Chinese government, wanting to divide us and wanting na mag-away-away po tayo dito, Mr. President. So, that's the reason why we refer it to the Committee on Rules, Mr. President. Thank you.
Yes, our distinguished minority floor leaders recognized.
Mr. President, ang pinag-uusapan natin ngayon is yung rules nga natin, the desire of all of us to follow our rules. When a matter is introduced through a resolution or a bill, if there is legitimate confusion as to the proper destination, then we refer it to the Committee on Rules. But not on whether or not it has merit. I mean, wag ganon, di ba? If it clearly falls under the jurisdiction of a committee, let that committee determine whether it has merit or no merit at all. So in the particular case of this gentleman's agreement, siguro that was allegedly entered into in the context of a conversation between leaders of the Philippines and a foreign country. So maybe it clearly belongs to the Foreign Relations Committee, and then let that committee process the bill or the resolution, Mr. President. So ganun lang. That's the proposal, interpreting current rules, Mr. President. So.
Thank you, Mr. President. We understand where our minority leader is coming from. Mr. President, it's just that this representation had the chance to talk to several chairpersons of the different Senate committees. For example, Senator Amy Marcos of the Committee on Foreign Relations. Senator Jinggoy Estrada already made a statement before that it involves national security, Mr. President. And so, if in case we are indeed bound to tackle this particular resolution, he also wanted to be part of it, and he also wanted to take the lead. Now, Senator Francis Tolentino, who is also the chair of the Special Committee on Philippine Maritime and Admiralty Zones, also expressed his intention to, if, again, we are to tackle this resolution.
He's saying no in the background.
His
Ah,
yes
yes,
or no,
yes,
Mr.
ah.
President.
I thought
So
he was
that's the
nodding his
reason
head
why,
no.
Mr. President, sometimes we don't get signals, Mr. President, or we are getting wrong signals from our colleagues. So that's the reason why we
Yes.
place it in the Committee on Rules. And so with the indulgence of our colleagues, I hope that we can talk about this and put our acts together. But for me, again, Mr. President, I stand by my word. This is just a propaganda coming from the bullying nation na pag-away-awayin po tayo, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority
With
Leader.
that, Mr. President, I now move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2593 under Committee Report number 214. This is the bill on the new Government Procurement Act. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion's approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now still in the period of interpellations and debate. And so with the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Sani Angara, Chairperson of the Committee on Finance, and to interpellate our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Yes, our distinguished colleague, the gentleman chairperson of the Committee on Finance and resident of the birthplace of surfing, Aurora, beautiful province of Aurora, is recognized. And our distinguished, who's going to interpolate? The Minority Leader? Minority Leader? Our distinguished Minority Leader, my silingan, my neighbor in Cagayan de Oro, Senator Coco Pimentel III.
Thank you for the kind words, Mr. President, Majority Leader.
Hindi ba nag-continuation na ito? Nag-start? Thank you, Mr. President. And I think the parliamentary status is where this is a continuation of our interpellation before the break, Mr. President.
Yes, most willing to accept questions from
Thank you.
my dear compadre, the brilliant Minority Leader. Mr.
So
President.
we notice, Mr. President, that our bill totally repeals RA 9184.
How many senators are we now?
Tama po yun, ano? This is not even an amendment. Talagang we want it to be overhauled and replaced.
It is a new law. You're correct, Mr. President, Your Honor. But a lot of the provisions of 9184 are actually rephrased or if ever, just reenacted with the, if that's the correct word, with the slight revisions. And a lot of the provisions of the proposed law are also sourced from the implementing rules and regulations. So they have evolved through practice, and at the same time, they're also taken from the old law, the 20-year-old vintage, Your Honor.
And those implementing rules and regulations mentioned by the sponsor were drafted by, principally by the GPPB?
Yes, Your Honor. There was a draft bill that came from the DBM, GPPB, PSDBM, joint effort on their part, and then it was subjected to around 10 to 12 TWG hearings, Your Honor. I think your office was a very active participant, and we thank you for that. And to sort of just to have a template, and then it was refined. And in fact, we even asked the House panel or the House to attend, because to facilitate, given the complexity of the subject matter, para mas mabilis ho yung takbo.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. So was there a compilation of experiences under 9184, especially the not so good ones, Mr. President?
Well, during the hearings, there were a lot of anecdotes and stories coming from the various sectors and resource persons, Your Honor. We had the military, we had the police, we had the education sector, we had the artistic and cultural sector, we had the scientific sector. So each had their own side of things. And of course, there were also stories coming from the GPPB and the PSDBM on how we could improve the law from their standpoint, Your Honor.
So tayo, Mr. President, we have a general rule on government procurement. Tapos are we now making adjustments for the difficult kinds of procurement? For example, defense procurement. Ganun po ba ang mangyayari sa bill na to? Medical equipment procurement?
That's correct, Your Honor. I think we've learned from experience. I think the paradigm, there's a bit of a paradigm shift in the sense, because the central paradigm in 2002, 2003 was really to have a competitive bidding and the lowest price. The focus was on the lowest price. And now, lowest price is still primordial, because competition is important in ensuring that the government gets good value for taxpayers' money. But at the same time, there's a recognition that there are other modes of procurement which are perhaps better suited for things like defense procurement, as you said, for medical equipment, for emergency occasions, for artistic and scientific types of procurement, Your Honor.
But the bulk of government procurement, let's say, will be yung mga non-specialized procurement. Tawagin na lang natin sila ng gano'n. I do not, unless there is a better term. Huh? Common use or the common procurement, Mr. President. We will still use the RA 9184 concepts there, like as the sponsor mentioned, that the lowest price is still has the biggest weight in the determination of the winning bidder, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. Even in the newer concepts like the most economically advantageous responsive bid or MEARB, the lowest price is still a factor there. But it's no longer the dominant or only singular factor, but it is one. But you must also look at things like the life cycle cost of a good to be purchased, meaning what is the cost of maintaining it? What is the cost of disposing it? Is it environmentally sustainable? So merong pumasok na ibang factors sa equation or calculus, Your Honor.
Most economically, may are. So, Mr. President, can the sponsor point out the difference now from 9184's lowest bid versus this bill's MEARB, Mr. President? So, Dati ba sa 9184, ang lowest bid, halos controlling na yon? It's more than 50% na of the weight to determine the winning bidder? Or was it 100%?
It was the dominant. It was really the halos parang siguro 90% yata siya, if I'm not
Tama yun,
mistaken.
our resource persons confirm it. Under 9184, lowest bid, halos 90%, halos tapos ng usapan, the lowest bidder, ganun po ba yan?
Bidded out. They're saying in terms of amounts bidded out, tama ho yung somewhat uneducated guess ko ng 90%, Your Honor. So really, the dominant paradigm was really the lowest price, Your Honor.
So
But
in
the-
9184, if we have 2 or more qualified bidders, si lowest bidder, most likely panalo na yon. Ganun siya. Ganun po yon sa 9184.
Yes, Your Honor.
Siguro, close to 100% of the bids, yun ang nasusunod. Now, in MIARB, how will it change, Mr. President?
Well, it is it's meant to inject some quality. I think the element of quality. So there is a quality to price ratio, and there are upper and lower limits on how much quality and price. There yung percent. Or I think quality is the dominant in the MIRB. It's quality which is 60 to 85%, Mr. President. Whereas for price, it's 15 to 40%. But for due process or for fairness, the agency must indicate what is the criterion to be used para yung bidders or businesses or contractors who are going to enter into the bid, there is due notice to them as to what is going to be the criterion. Hindi they're not in the Wild West, so to speak, but they have guideposts or guidelines as to what will be the criteria for the winning bid, Your Honor.
Different agencies can adopt different weights, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor.
Parang
There is
they can adjust the formula.
there is an upper and lower limit sa quality. The maximum is 85% that can be considered. So 85% quality, 15% price, and then the minimum is 60% quality and 40% price.
Ngayon, no, under this bill, if this becomes law, no agency can choose to go back to 9184's formula.
It's their choice, Your Honor. What we're doing is we're giving them several options. Parang yung ano yung word? Fit for purpose. The word in the literature is fit for purpose. Ibig sabihin, ano yung kailangan gawin ng ahensya, ano yung goal niya, yun ang pipiliin niyang pamamaraan, Your Honor. Dito, so kaya nga nagbigay tayo ng, I think there are 5 new processes, but at the same time, hindi natin tinatanggal yung nandoon na sa 9184. So, kumbaga, kung we're building on what's already there, Your Honor.
Now, as Mr. President, ang kinakatakutan ko is baka we have a new law, but if they can choose still to stick it out with the concept of lowest bidder, baka yun paulit-ulit pa rin na yun pa rin ang gagamitin. Is that possible under the bill? Or we are forcing them to adopt new criteria and a new formula?
Well, if I have to venture a guess, Your Honor, siguro may learning curve din yan. Kung ang nakasanayan nung ahensya is yung competitive bidding, so siyempre yung if they're a creature of habit, they will resort to that while they're still learning the other modes of procurement. But some of them are very simple. Like if you're purchasing something below 200,000, you don't even have to bid that out anymore. You just buy it. You don't even have to do in the old days or in under current law, you have to get the three quotations. Ngayon, pag 200,000 below, wala na. Bili mo na lang. So this is this is to attend to some of the exigencies of the service of some government agencies, Your Honor.
So bago po yun, bago yan. So before, kung gawin mo yan under 9184, may kaso ka. Ngayon, if this bill becomes law, okay na. Ganun po
Opo,
yan.
pagka ginawa mo dati yun, you could do it, but you had to get 3 quotations. But you didn't have to have the usual circuitous or longer period under competitive bidding, which it's a 90-day time.
Hindi, ngayon, under our bill, pag 200,000, no more canvassing of the
Wala na
3.
po.
Wala. Okay. Sige po. So trust. So we are really trusting now the procuring officer also, Mr. President. Paano yung check? How do you check that? Doon muna tayo sa 200,000 and below.
Well,
How
COA is
do we-
still there, Your Honor. So pag nakita ni COA na bumili si agency ng overpriced, edi pwede pa rin siya kasuhan.
Okay, so COA will
Kung bumili siya ng
do
ballpen
some
na
research.
ang ginawa niyang presyo 2,000 pesos, pero yung ballpen 50 pesos lang po. Siyempre kakasuhan ho yun.
Sige po. Thank you for that, Mr. President. So our first line of defense would be COA under the new bill, Mr. President.
Yes, I think that's a correct statement. And of course, the Office of the Ombudsman, the Sandigan Bayan, are for any malfeasance on the part of government officials, Your Honor. And the courts, of course, are still also there, Your Honor.
Mr. President, ang sabi po sa ating sponsorship speech, 20 years after RA 9184, kailangan na itong amyendahan para labanan ang katiwalian, kabagalan sa proseso, kakulangan sa kompetisyon, limitasyon sa kapasidad ng gobyerno. Ngayon po, kung pwede nating, para malaman po ng ating taong bayan, ang ating mga constituents, kung paano po itong bill na ito, paano niya lalabanan itong apat na ito sa isa-isahin po natin. So, ano po ang meron dito sa ating panukalang batas na masasabi nating lalaban sa katiwalian, Mr. President?
We are requiring some new things which are not in the current law, Your Honor. A disclosure of the beneficial ownership, for instance, Your Honor. We are also requiring video recording of the bidding process. We are ensuring that in a joint venture, the company must be engaged in that business of the good, meaning he's a supplier of that, that's really his business. He supplies the good that is sought to be bidded out. Hindi pwede yung bigla lang papasok sa ibang negosyo. So, and then we're subscribing to transparency and accountability as mentioned in the Constitution. Yeah. So yun. Those are some of the, and we're also allowing people's organizations participation as observers, Your Honor. So these are some of the.
Di ba ano na po yun? Matagal ng old the concept na po yan, yung witnesses to the bidding process. How come that particular measure failed, Mr. President? To protect the system or the procedures.
Well, not always. Observers don't always attend, Your Honor. So siguro, it's also part of a reflection of our political maturity. Maybe if our democracy becomes more participative, then maybe we will have more people participating, Your Honor, going forward.
So knowing that, Mr. President, does the bill have any provision on how to encourage the participation of people's organizations?
Well, it does not really say we should compensate the observers, no. But it somehow says we can train them that is allowed, but we don't encourage the giving of monetary compensation to
Tama po yun.
observers, Your Honor.
Ayaw din po natin yun kasi nga
Kasi,
that should come with political maturity or the desire to be involved in public matters. Pero we will still, since we know that even though that is provided for, even under 9184, hindi po naka-take advantage. So tuloy-tuloy po natin pag-isipan kung paano ba natin encourage yung participation po ng people's organization. Yung pong pagdating sa that the bidder must be engaged in the business of providing the items to be bidded out. How is that fact established by the bidder, Mr. President?
Articles of incorporation, bylaws. The articles of incorporation and the bylaws of the company, Your Honor. It'd have to be either the primary or the secondary purpose.
Okay, so we will allow, we will allow even secondary purpose kasi
Sorry, I correct myself, Your Honor. It's just the primary purpose.
yun,
Yes.
Mr. President, a
Yeah.
very good point. Kasi nga,
Yeah.
primary purpose is construction. Hindi pwedeng mag-secondary purpose ka to provide laptops. Medyo malayo na eh. So, is that very clear in our bill, Mr. President, na talagang
Yes, it's
Ba-
made,
bawal na
made
po yun.
explicit, Your Honor.
Hindi
In
na
fact, we got that from the Blue Ribbon recommendation in the case of Parmalee.
Yes, yes.
That was one of the
yes,
recommendations.
I'm familiar with... No, it's not the family. Itong akin is the
Sorry,
laptop.
not the Parmalee, the
DepEd
laptop.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, yeah. The
Yes,
the
Sunwest.
DepEd, the DepEd.
Sunwest Construction,
The
Mr.
DepEd.
President. Yes. So basta't klaro po itong bill na to, napakalaking ano na po ito, napakalaking pagbabago na po nito. Ano sabi mo, nasa joint venture lang? Okay. Mr. President, sa joint venture lang daw natin na isulat yon sa provision. So pero if we can adopt it as a general rule, no, that you cannot, if it is not your primary purpose, you should not be allowed to bid for the items or activity which is not your primary purpose, even if you are not in a joint venture.
Yeah, it's possible that we adopt that in the future, Your Honor, but I think the worry is that it might unduly limit the amount of people who can supply the goods of the government, and inadvertently we might be, without intending to, the unintended effect is to limit the ability of the government to source or procure goods.
No, Mr. President, ang worry kasi namin, let us say, procurement of laptops nga. So, a construction company with the secondary purpose of providing or trading IT equipment can bid by
It's the main
itself
bidder,
and no longer be part of a joint venture?
Yes, Your Honor.
They can?
Yes.
So why are we disabling that same entity when there is now a joint venture, Mr. President?
Disabling, Your Honor.
Ano, in the sense that
Bakit
it cannot-
pinapayagan
bakit papayagan siya kung siya ang direct bidder, and yet in a joint venture we have a ground to question it, Mr. President?
Well, I think it's really to open it up to the widest possible number of bidders, Your Honor. I think that's the theory behind this. With the growing economy, we probably need to procure more goods every year, and again, that unintended effect might be to hamper the government in procuring goods.
Okay, so Mr. President, that's I think one bone of contention that we want to, or an issue that we want to study further, Mr. President, kasi yun. No, because Mr. President, if we can ask our resource persons, if the bidding is for IT equipment or laptops, and you are the head of the agency, can you really believe that a construction company is competent to bid and supply you with the IT equipment that you need, Mr. President? I mean,
Your Honor, when a bidder puts in a bid, there are two requirements, yung technical and yung financial. So, yung technical, there is a requirement there for the single largest completed contract meaning usually the agency places a qualification that that company must have already supplied it in the past. So pag hindi niya na-meet yun, he will not qualify to...
Tama.
Yun ang...
Most likely, by itself, that construction company, being a construction company, would not have yet supplied the government with IT equipment before that particular bidding. No? So paano pala yung mga first time? I mean, yung single largest completed contract, yun ang point. How do you get that? How do you comply with that in your first bid with the government?
Actually, we had a lot of feedback on that, Your Honor, because ang sabi nga nung malilit na negosyo, bakit yung malalaki na lang nakakakuha?
Correct.
Parang because of the requirement na you must have participated in so many number of biddings, so there is in effect a barrier to entry for MSMEs. Kaya yun yung, we also, when we crafted the committee report, we were sympathetic to that view that we need to grow that sector of our economy. And perhaps again,
Did we retain that in the bill?
yes, Your Honor.
Yes, yun na nga.
Yes, Your Honor.
So maybe we can also revisit that, Mr. President. Kasi kahit sa elections natin, yun ang yun ang reklamo nila in the election context, yung single largest completed contract, as far as if our resource persons know, no, is that kunyari 20 billion na yung election system natin, is that a percentage of the amount of the contract, or they look at the number of voters? So kunyari 80 million yung voters, 25%. So ganon, the bidder must have either secured 25%, so only 1/4, a 5 billion peso contract before, or an election system which counted the votes of 20 million voters, Mr. President. So parang yung mga Filipino IT companies or mga anong tawag mo din yung mga bata? Ano yung mga bata mo? Startups, yun. Okay. Filipino startups, Mr. President, disqualified by Philippine law.
Well, I think the case of election law is peculiar, and you're probably familiar with that as the former chair of the Electoral Reforms Committee. Pero yun talaga, meron talagang mataas talaga yung entry nun, requiring you to have, I'm not really familiar with the law, but I know you're required to have participated in an election with so many millions.
No, it's the same concept.
And,
The single largest
yes.
completed contract. It's the same concept ang ina-apply.
Yes, Your Honor, but I don't think it's something, it's a prerogative of the agency to where to set that single largest.
Di ba required?
That's requirement. That's a law. That's a requirement. Anong provision? Dito sa dapat tanggalin yun. Dapat tanggalin yun. Only for larger quantities, di ba? Pero yung smaller quantities, yung philosophy. Any contract. I am being told by the experts that yung single largest contract must not, like in your example, hindi naman siya kailangan sa computers talaga. It can be in other procurement of other goods or services, Your Honor. So again, the intent here is not to unduly limit the people who can participate in the bidding, Your Honor.
Yes, kunyari sabi lang papel, whatever. Pero ito yung pinaka-lucrative na kontrata, Mr. President, disqualified the Philippine companies by law, by Philippine law itself. Is the procurement of the COMELEC covered by our bill, or may special law sila, Mr. President? Kasi election system yung
They
nila.
would still be
pinoprocure.
covered, but I think they would have the additional hurdle as provided in the automated
But
law.
still, itong
Yes, Your
panukalang batas na
Yes,
to
this law applies
will
to
basically govern their procurement.
all
Mr. President.
instrumentalities of the government, Your
Yes,
Honor.
Mr. President. So ganun na nga, Mr. President. So, kasi yun po na-encounter natin doon, na reklamo nga ng mga Filipino startups, yung they cannot compete, they cannot even think of bidding, Mr. President, kasi wala sila nung single largest completed contract.
Sabi po nung hearing last time, magbibigay ng guidelines sa GDP for election purposes na procurement. Meron na kayo.
Yeah, I agree with you, Your Honor. In fact, I'm telling our experts here, it's in their implementing rules, yung where they set the threshold for the single largest contract to be 50% of the ABC or the plan. Sabi ko, tanggalin natin yun, di ba? Sabi ko sa kanila.
Di ba ang panukalang batas natin, some IRR, inangat natin into the level
Yes,
of the
but
law. So,
I don't think we
ito
included
ba
that
is
1
one
year.
of them?
That's not one of them, Your Honor.
Pero mention the SLCC sa law.
So they can amend it even as we speak, Your Honor.
Oh, how come they did not amend it even under 9184? Given the feedback na ano siya, obstacle siya sa Filipino enterprises, Mr. President.
How will we make you more flexible by requiring that? They have a. I'm informed that there is this policy they have that 50% threshold they lower to 25% when there is a perceived monopoly in that industry, Your Honor. So that is
Sige,
the.
thank you, Mr. President. Basta, anyway, yung alam kong feedback, I'm sure alam din nila yung feedback na yun, Mr. President. Marami reklamo. At medyo nakakalungkot din yun, if our countrymen will feel that our own laws, number one, discourage them from participating in government procurement or even disqualify them, Mr. President. So, I hope itong panukalang batas na ito will also address this concern, Mr. President.
Yes, I'm happy you raised it, Mr. President, because having not chaired an agency or headed an agency, I'm not aware of this minutiae. In fact, I only learned of it now when you raised it, that there is this rule on 50% a single contract, which perhaps acts like a barrier to entry for some of our businessmen or smaller enterprises, Your Honor.
But when I asked my question, I used 25%. Saan ko nakuha yung 25%? Did they amend the IRR to lower it to 25?
It's in the IRR, Your Honor, pagka may monopoly, perceived monopoly, Your Honor.
Pagka mayroong ano po?
Perceived monopoly in that industry, meaning they see that there is always one bidder who is winning, then they lower it, so they encourage new entrants, Your Honor.
Okay. At least there is that desire, Mr. President. Yun po yung isa, yun po yung pangatlo na gustong labanan ng ating panukalang batas, yung kakulangan ng kompetisyon. So, pwede pa tayo tumalon po doon. Paano po ito, yung ating panukalang batas, paano niya linalabanan yung kakulangan ng kompetisyon?
By opening it up and they're more having more modes of bidding, perhaps if you limit it to price alone, then perhaps it's only the larger enterprises who can benefit from the size, Your Honor, the scale, because they have that scale. So by encouraging different types of procurement, then perhaps you open it up to a greater number of actors, Your Honor.
Okay. Pero yung mga other modes of procurement po ba are available also for the big ticket procurement, Mr. President? Kasi for example, yung napag-usapan natin kanina is procurement of 200,000 pesos and below. That is one of the modes, di ba?
Yes, yes.
Pero how about pagdating na po sa mga multi-billion peso biddings na po, ano na po ang ganun din po ba? Marami rin pa bang modes of procurement for these big ticket
Well,
items?
I think there are less options there, Your Honor, because yung nabanggit natin 200,000, that is no longer, that's the direct acquisition. That's no longer available for above 200,000, Your Honor. Tapos, ano yung sa 2 million?
Direct acquisition.
For small value procurement, for instance, that's for 2 million naman, between 200,000 and 2 million. Yun we still require the three, what is called shopping, and in the current law, you have to get 3 quotes, Your Honor. Yun, hindi available yon for bigger ticket items. So these are some of the.
And current law, anong threshold amount for the shopping for current law?
1 million, Your
So
Honor.
tinaas lang natin to
Yes, Your Honor.
to 2 million, and then may minimum siya na 200,000 because below 200,000 pwede na yung
Direct acquisition,
direct
Your Honor.
acquisition. So pagdating po, ang babantayan kasi natin yung mga big ticket din po items. Pagdating po sa big ticket items, how many modes of procurement are available?
Well, competitive bidding, of course, is available, Your Honor. I would think limited source bidding, competitive dialogue, even unsolicited offer with bid matching, that's Section 28. Direct contracting, if it's the supplier is unique or the only one or one of a few engaged in that line of business, Your Honor. Negotiated procurement, Your Honor, if the specific conditions obtained as set forth in Section 33. So, marami
Sige
pa
po.
ring options,
Sige po.
Your Honor. It's just that lumiliit po yung mundo, syempre, pagka mas malaki po yung halaga.
Because some of the modes of procurement were really meant for small
Small,
amounts.
yes, Your Honor.
Apa. Pero sana po, meron po ba, baka may katulad ng SLCC, may mga nakatago na mga rules sa IRR which also limit competition, Mr. President. Pwede ba nating,
Well,
pwede ba tayong umabot hanggang doon sa IRR, tanggalin yung mga yun? Kasi sabi natin, itong panukalang batas, lalabanan ang kakulangan ng kompetisyon.
Yes, Your Honor. I think we can do that. We can put it here, or we can, we pass what we want. But of course, once we put it in the law, there's a certain degree of inflexibility, and you're tied to those provisions. And I think that's why over time, with the complexity of life, IRRs have assumed a certain primacy because you have that flexibility. Because the legislature is not always the most agile to adjust to different circumstances, Your Honor. So those are the things we have to balance when we finalize this bill. But having said that, nothing stops us from exercising our oversight power in the future, Your Honor, and perhaps asking or having a dialogue with the executive to eliminate the provisions which we feel are contrary to the spirit of the law, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. So, we have established this afternoon na yung SLCC is not provided under RA 9184. Is that correct?
Wala po.
Okay. That is only found in the IRR drafted by siguro combination of agencies but led by the GPPB. Tama po ba yan? Is that?
Yes, Your
Oh,
Honor.
yes, okay. May we know the legal basis for the GPPB's providing of this SLCC concept or requirement, Mr. President?
9184. What section? It's a section of the current law, Your Honor, which gives them that general power to promulgate regulations, Your Honor. I'm just getting the
Yan.
exact section number.
Specific section. Hindi, in-empower sila, gumawa ng IRR, tapos yan ang naisip nila na regulation. Yan yung pinupunto natin.
It's section 23 of the current law of 9184, Your Honor.
Section 23 daw.
Yeah, with your permission, I will read it, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President.
Section 23, eligibility requirements for the procurement of goods and infrastructure projects. The back or under special circumstances specified in the IRR, its duly designated organic office shall determine the eligibility of prospective bidders for the procurement of goods and infrastructure projects based on the bidder's compliance with the eligibility requirements within the period set forth in the invitation to bid. The eligibility requirements shall provide for fair and equal access to all prospective bidders. The documents submitted in satisfaction of the eligibility requirements shall be made under oath by the prospective bidder or by his duly authorized representative, certifying to the correctness of the statements made and the completeness and authenticity of the documents submitted. Oh, ba? Yes, that is the first paragraph, Your Honor. There's a second
Yes.
paragraph.
Yes, I'm also reading the section 23. So, Mr. President, given section 23 of RA 9184 as read by our sponsor, if any of our resource persons knows, how come SLCC ang naisip, Mr. President? Given this paragraph in section 23, bakit may isip ninyo si SLCC na sinabi rito, may sentence pa rito, the eligibility requirement shall provide for fair and equal access to all prospective bidders. Bakit isa si SLCC sa naisipan, Mr. President?
Yeah, it's one of the technical requirements, Your Honor, to prove that the bidder has the capacity to undertake the contract, Your Honor.
So, we are disqualifying first-time bidders. Ganun po ba yan?
So pwede yun. What I'm being told is that even a first-time bidder who has no experience in government contracts can advert to having experience in private contracts, Your Honor. So, in that sense, it is not as limited or as narrow as we originally thought. Your Honor.
Yes. So, private sector experience pala, allowed din po. Okay. Pero yung 50%, paano naisip po yun? Bakit na napakataas po nung threshold?
Well, I think from their point of view, they found it a reasonable amount, given it's not they could have required the full amount, but just requiring half for them was a reasonable percentage, Your Honor.
So the SLCC is one criteria thought of by the GPPB for the bidder to prove what? Technical competence in fulfilling the bid? Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor. Capability, experience, sort of a qualification that the contract will be performed, Your Honor.
May we know why, if it is if that performs such a critical or crucial role, why the law did not even mention it, Mr. President? That concept. Kasi tinatanong kaya kasi kung maganda yan.
I want to ask my dad, Your Honor, but he will not answer me.
Elevate natin.
Tatanong ko sa tatay ko, pero di ako sasagutin, Your Honor.
So, kasi if it's, if we can ask our experts, kasi kung magandang concept ito, is it worth elevating to the level of a law, Mr. President? A section in the bill?
Yeah. I'm being told that for eligibility to bid in government contracts, there are legal, technical, and financial requirements. So yung legal, yung mga permit from the mayor, SEC, or if you're a cooperative, yung registration with the CDA, etc. Yung sa technical, that's the only requirement, yung single. So somehow they had to come up with something to prove capacity or capability, Your Honor, except for infrastructure, where there is the additional requirement of the pickup license.
Si SLCC ang isa sa naisipan.
Apo.
Wala na po bang iba?
Sa technical, wala na ho. Yun na lang ang requirement ho.
Wala na po bang ibang maisip yung ating mga experts po sa GPPB and some other agencies? Wala na bang ibang paraan masukat ang technical capability to comply or fulfill a contract, Mr. President? So parang past acts ba ito? Parang gano'n, past acts. Gano'n.
It goes towards the capacity of the bidder, Your Honor. But of course, later on, this is only the eligibility to bid. But later on, the eligibility to perform the contract, they have to submit security. Ano pa yung mga requirements? What are the other requirements for that? Performance security. So it's the initial hurdle on the technical side, Your Honor. So maybe if we can, I will be happy to. I'll welcome any idea if you can think of a better.
Yes.
Your Honor.
Nag-isip din po kami, but of course, yung level of hindi nga expertise, familiarity namin dito wala po sa kalingkingan ng kaalaman at saka sa data under the under the control or access of our GPPB. Pero sa lifetime po ng 9184, marami po bang pasado sa SLCC na pumalpak pa rin at hindi rin pala lumabas na hindi rin pala technically capable to comply or fulfill the contract, comply with or fulfill the contract? Marami. Marami. Ano po? Meron po?
Meron daw ho. I'm just
Yes,
asking
Papa.
what are the instances. Sometimes there's a failure to access supplies, lack of manpower, minsan, hampers bidders from performing their obligations under contracts, Your Honor. So yun ang...
So, SLCC was not able to predict the predicament of the bidder which won the bid, Mr. President.
Well, not in all instances, Your Honor. Pero... Yeah, but it is just a gauge of the experience and capability and capacity of a bidder, Your Honor.
What would be the danger if we lower the 50%, Mr. President, sa SLCC concept?
Maraming papalpak. Well, baka mas maraming pumalpak ko, Your Honor. Kasi parang pumasok sila sa isang halag o isang kontrata na hindi pala nila kaya. So that's one possibility, Your Honor.
Thank you for that input, Mr. President. So, okay, so what if we increase it to more than 50%? What would now be the effect, Mr. President?
It might limit the entrance, Your Honor. So again, might favor bigness in that sense, Your Honor. Favor the big contractors and suppliers. Yeah.
So, saan po ba nahugot itong SLCC? Did the GPPB study a model jurisdiction, another country, and then they found this concept, Mr. President?
Yeah, they said they studied also the World Bank and ADB rules. So it's a practice that is done in other countries also, Your Honor.
Okay. Sige, thank you for that, Mr. President. Yung pangalawa po na sinabi po natin sa ating privilege speech, sa ating sponsorship speech na lalabanan ng panukalang batas ay ang kabagalan sa proseso. So paano naman po ito, paano po natin ito linabanan sa ating panukalang batas?
Well, we've shortened the periods, Your Honor. May, if I can, yeah, from the opening of bid, no? From the opening of bid to the award, it's currently 90 days, naging 60 days na lang po sa ating panukala. Tapos yung ibang periods, like the period when the procuring entity will act on the bids, is also shortened, Your Honor. So there are various periods, like for the pre-procurement conference, we've mentioning that at the maximum, kailangan yung masunod yung 1 day in practice, yung pre-procurement conference. Because at present, parang nangyayari is until they are ready to proceed, hindi natatapos yun. With respect to the deadline for the submission and the receipt of bids, the maximum under current law is 45 days for goods, 50 days for infrastructure below 50 million, and 65 days for infrastructure above 50 million. We're making it a maximum of 60 days. For post-qualification, Your Honor, medyo matagal yun under existing law. A minimum of 2 days to a maximum of 45 days. Ginagawa na nating minimum of 2 days and maximum of 12 days.
Uy, ano yun?
Tapos dito naman ho sa approval of resolution or issuance of notice or award, the minimum of 1 day is still there, but the maximum of 15 days has been reduced to 10 days, Your Honor. Tapos yung period to approve contract is also been lessened from minimum of 1 day to a maximum of 20 days under current law and 30 days for GOCCs under current law. Magiging 15 and 20 days respectively na lang ho. Yun. So total, if you look at the total of these little changes that we are proposing, Your Honor, we are reducing the period from a maximum of 136 days for the procurement of goods to a maximum of 109 days, Your Honor. And then, of course, that is just the quantitative aspect. Pero yung qualitative aspect, because we've given them several other options to choose from, aside from competitive bidding, which is the most number of processes to undergo, hopefully, mabawasan pa rin yung maximum na yun ay mababawasan in practice. Because as agencies and GOCCs and other government actors will resort to these other modes of procurement, Your Honor.
Why did 1981 in the first place give this lengthy or long periods of time, Mr. President? Meron sigurong purpose yun, Mr. President. And then kung kinakat natin, what is now the danger, Mr. President?
Well, I think it's also reflective of the state of technology. That's one factor, I think. Now, I think with the internet, and it's easier to disseminate information. It's easier to process information, Your Honor. But really, I think these days have also served a purpose. These periods or number of days also serves a purpose, Your Honor. It's to evaluate the bids for qualifications, and also on the part of bidders, they must be also given time to respond to the information or the requirements set forth by the agencies, Your Honor. So it's on both sides. There are advantages on both sides to having these periods, Your Honor.
Yes, for as long as we have adopted realistic periods, I put the word realistic in quotation marks, siguro, as born out by experience, Mr. President. Sana.
Yes, Your Honor, these periods did not come from me. They came from the group of people who are much more knowledgeable about procurement than this representation.
Are these periods merely directory, Mr. President, in the sense that exceeding the period or violating the provision will just lead to a warning or administrative action, or is this mandatory in the sense that there would be some sanction or more than administrative sanction, Mr. President?
Walang civil or criminal liability. Well, they're mandatory, but in the sense there are no punitive sanctions short of administrative sanctions, Your Honor, because according to the GPPB, it can be considered negligence in the performance of duties if there is a failure to observe the reglementary periods. But having said that, wala naman pong criminal or criminal liability for failing to observe.
Will it affect the validity of the contract or some actions taken, Mr. President?
Ay, hindi po apektado.
Didn't see po kung pwede pa yung DPA.
Well, my staff has pointed out to me the case of Acomil versus Abaya. Failure to comply with the mandatory provisions of the procurement law taints the procurement process and renders it null and void. So, given the answer of our sponsor, the time periods are not mandatory periods, Mr. President. Tama po ba? It will not taint, it will not render whatever action or the contract which resulted in the processes as null and void. It will not, di ba?
What is mandatory in this case and in the future under if our law is to be passed, Your Honor, is the period from the opening of the bids until the award, which is the 3-month or 90-day period, which we're reducing to 60 days, Your Honor. So that is also the same period discussed in the case you mentioned of Jacomil. So yun, mandatory ho yun. But my answer earlier was regarding the liability of the with respect to the personal liability of the persons responsible, Your
So
Honor.
yung mandatory period po na pinag-uusapan natin, opening of bids to the award, current law, 90 days.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa panukalang batas, 60 days. So
Opo.
30 days po yun. Okay ba? I mean, from experience, from the database of experiences in the custody of the GPPB or the other agencies, kaya po yun? That's one-third ng period na wala, Mr. President.
They believe with the advent of technology,
Technology, yeah.
it's possible, Your Honor.
Ano ba to, 60 calendar days or 60 working days? Is it 60 calendar days or 60 working days?
Calendar, Your Honor.
Calendar, o di mas maano pa? Mas maikli pa kasi talagang fix na po. Okay. So, ito, walang kaduda-duda na nalabanan natin yung kabagalan sa proseso, Mr. President. Then the fourth item mentioned by our sponsor in his sponsorship speech na lalabanan ng panukalang batas na ito ay limitasyon sa kapasidad ng gobyerno. Paano po natin nasabi po yun?
Because we are allowing new modes of procurement which allows or admits of the reality that some agencies and procuring entities may really not have the know-how, Your Honor. So we have this thing called competitive dialogue, where an agency knows roughly what it wants to happen, but it does not know the technical aspects of it, Your Honor. So let's say you want to bid out a virtual library, but you don't know what the specifications are to implement that virtual library. If the DepEd wanted to do that, for instance, or the Commission on Higher Education wanted to do that to allow it to be accessed by students all over the country. So this one would allow them to dialogue first with the possible bidders, Your Honor, so that they would be educated as to the possible technical specifications. Because this is also born of experience where the GPPB and the DBM tell us that maraming Frankenstein biddings where they just, because for lack of knowledge, they just cut and paste from different, they look at different contracts, they cut and paste, and it really is not responsive to the needs of the agency, Your Honor, because the intention is good, but it falls short of the what is really required or the purpose of the agency, Your Honor. So I think that's how we're trying to address these experiences in the law.
Is competitive dialogue a mode of procurement, or does our bill make it a part of the preparatory steps for procurement, Mr. President?
It's a mode of procurement, Your Honor.
It's a mode of procurement. How will it? How will it progress, Mr. President? So an agency, excuse me na lang, Mr. Sponsor, and allow me to use my example.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kunyari, for example, di ba, we encourage the DTI to establish its own platform, online platform, like Lazada or Shopee for Philippine-made or Philippine-produced or grown items. So yun, ganon. Yun ang challenge natin sa DTI. So, competitive dialogue will be the procurement mode for DTI for this kind of project. How will it work, Mr. President?
There is an example given here. I'm reading it for the first time, Your Honor. There is a two-stage bidding. So let's say in your example, they need a server. So they will post they will engage in this mode called competitive dialogue. They will post the invitation to bid, and they will allow market suppliers to submit their eligibility and preliminary technical proposals without first submitting the financial proposals, Your Honor. So here, upon opening the bid envelopes, the BAC or the Bids and Awards Committee shall engage in a dialogue with the eligible bidders where they discuss and provide inputs on the preliminary technical specifications so that the procuring entity may secure information to improve and finalize the technical specifications. So yun po yung second stage naman, where the procuring entity issues the technical specifications na mas na-plansya na dahil nag-usap na sila ng mga possible bidders or eligible bidders. And then they ask them to submit the technical and financial proposal. So, kumbaga na-break up siya yung processes, Your Honor, to allow matching of needs and services, Your Honor, or goods.
Yung nakausap sa competitive dialogue, yun na lang din ang magiging eligible bidders? Yun na yung universe of the eligible bidders? Ganun
Yes,
po ba yun?
yes, Your Honor, yes.
Bago po ito, no? Kaya medyo nangangapa rin po kami.
Sa IRR yan, two-stage bidding. Then, din yung final po natin.
There is, apparently in the IRR, there is a two-stage bidding, but this one really fleshes it out and makes it more official because it's in the law already.
In that particular case where the agency properly engages in competitive dialogue?
Competitive dialogue, Your Honor, yes.
Ano yung scenario natin dito, Mr. President? Paano yung, meron ng agency estimate yan? Kahit nag-competitive dialogue pa siya kasi nangangapa pa nga siya sa what to do.
Wala pa pong financial and technical
Yes, but-
specifications. Sinasabi lang nung agency, ito yung gusto namin mangyari.
Oh.
And they issue invitations to bidders, and then bidders submit their interest, and then they enter into that dialogue. And once the agency realizes, ito pala yung gusto ko, parang now I know what specifications or what requirements would meet my needs, then that's when they ask for the second way or the second mode, not second mode, but second stage, which is to ask for the technical and financial. So parang hinati yung bidding in two parts, parang may intermission yung
Yes, but
yung dialogue.
pag sinabi ng agency, ito yung gusto ko mangyari and I'm calling you to a competitive dialogue, nasa budget na ba ni agency yung budget sa gusto na mangyari at saka meron na ba siyang estimate?
Yes, Your Honor,
Magkano
because
sila?
the general rule in bidding is the agency cannot engage in a bidding unless it's in their budget.
Yes.
Yun po ang
Meron
general.
na yung sa ganun po, meron na ring idea si agency kahit nagtatanong pa siya sa specifics, meron na siyang more or less approved budget.
ABC,
for the
approved
contract.
budget for the contract. Yes, Your Honor.
Yun po, meron na.
Well, it
In that particular case.
sets the amount already. Yes, Your Honor. It's set already.
How do we differentiate competitive dialogue from what's being done already, like meeting with the industry players? Parang gano'n, consulting the industry players. Di ba ginagawa po ba ngayon yan?
Well,
Under
I guess-
9184?
Yes, Your Honor. I guess it's just the sequencing of events. Yung meeting, wala ka pang official acts. In a sense, it's still more of markets, what they call market scoping, Your Honor. Kasi you're scoping the market, you're talking to. It's loose, more loosely construed. Whereas the competitive dialogue, talagang may official acts na po yung procuring entity by inviting. They've already, kumbaga, initiated the formal bidding process, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. President. We made it clear this afternoon that the competitive dialogue is a mode of procurement.
Yes, Your Honor.
So,
Yes.
pagka competitive dialogue na yung nagpa-participate kayo, ano na yun? Procurement na yun.
Yes, and
Yung kanina example ko, yung consultation with the industry players, that's part of market scoping,
yes, Your Honor.
preliminary step.
Those are preliminary steps.
Preliminary
Hindi pa the actual procurement process, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Ngayon, Mr. President, if we can ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Yes, we'll welcome that, Mr. President.
1 minute suspension.
Nawala na bang masunod ko?
Mr. President, move that we recognize to continue the interpellations and debate the sponsor of the measure, Senator Sani Angara, and to continue with this interpellation, our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. So moved,
Yes,
Mr.
our
President.
distinguished colleagues are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll just continue. So, our sponsor has been able to elucidate on the four areas, problem areas which are going to be addressed or improved by our bill, Mr. President. But there's another observation, Mr. President, that poor planning is one of our problems in procurement, which has led the government to buy substandard or defective goods and infrastructure projects. Mr. President, so may we know from our sponsor how this bill will address this charge of poor planning, Mr. President?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. President. Tama po yun. Yung realities on the ground is not all local government units, not all agencies or government corporations are created equal, and in terms of capacity and the ability to plan ahead, not everyone is able to undertake the preparation required. Thus, as we discussed earlier, there are modes like competitive dialogue which seeks to mitigate the more technical aspects of planning or procurement by splitting the procedure and adjusting to the realities. But also, there are provisions in the proposed measure which we're encouraging procuring entities to undertake market scoping. We discussed that a little bit earlier, Your Honor. This includes knowing what the market offers. So ito yung tinatanong niyo po earlier, sir, na paano yung mga consultations with suppliers, etc. That's part of market scoping. So looking online, so in a way, it's also easier now to perform market scoping. And also, the idea is we want to further develop PhilJeps, or the online portal of the government, so that it can serve like as you mentioned, like a Shopee or a Lazada for all of the needs of all our government agencies, Your Honor. So yun po yung ang ideal, that all the day will come na lahat po ng ahensya will undertake these market scoping activities. Of course, may learning curve ho yan, so it's easier said than done, Your Honor.
So market scoping, Mr. President, or is one way of for the procuring entity to know what the marketplace offers, or what are the goods or services available in the marketplace. Pero one manifestation of poor planning is in the insufficiency or ambiguity in the specifications, Mr. President, or sometimes hindi nga ambiguity, it's very clear, but the specifications can be alleged to be favoring a certain product or a certain supplier, Mr. President. So pagdating po rito naman sa capability of the government as a whole and the procuring entities to come up with the right technical specifications, Mr. President, which will lessen ambiguity or which will lessen allegations of favoritism, Mr. President. How do we address this?
Tama po yun. That's possible, Your Honor. And that's why we need to have appropriate safeguards sa ating provisions dito sa bagong pinapanukalo po natin. But for the need for having the right technical specifications as an aspect of proper planning, the government is helping capacitate. So they have a lot of seminars,
Yun.
and they also come up with template forms. Your Honor, you have the list of forms. So para, kumbaga, it's just, you know, they don't have to reinvent the wheel, so to speak, Your Honor. Ito na yun, di ba? You don't, so for the newer
Tuturuan sila.
agencies. Tinuturuan mo sila talaga.
Sino pong nagtitake charge nun?
Yung GPPB po.
GPPB.
Yes.
Pero hindi ba,
The documents, the templates.
hindi ba ngayon under 9184 meron na rin tayong mga seminars, capability
Meron po.
building, conferences, and then under GPPB din.
Yeah, they've trained thousands of
Yes.
of individuals
And then the law, Section 23 of which we read, which allows GPPB to come up with details, IRR, regulations, etc. So couldn't GPPB just cure the deficiencies of the RA 9184 through Section 23, which we read earlier, Mr. President?
they could, in theory, but of course, it's more, the reform would be of more lasting and powerful nature if it is enacted into law, of course, Your Honor, as you know.
Is there any feature in our bill, Mr. President, which we could say would be beyond the rule-making power of the GPPB?
Well, I think we have to abide by the constitutional principles on delegation of legislative power. We must set forth the appropriate guidelines, Your Honor, and policies. So, rather than have the delegation run riot, as to paraphrase a legal a phrase that we learned in law school, we just point them in the right direction. And but since it's impossible to anticipate all possible scenarios or situations, we still need to give them that power to be able to have some flexibility, Your Honor.
So, for example, Mr. President, could GPPB through IRR or through regulation allow the direct acquisition, which is provided in our bill? Is that possible under current law, under 9184?
Even acquisition? Apparently, yes.
Kaya. You interpret, GPPB interpret Section 23 to so empower it.
Yes, Your Honor. Section 48.
Section 48 pakisila.
Apo.
So how about yung yung small value ba yung 200,000 to 2 million? How about increasing the ceiling amount for the small value procurement from 1 million to 2 million? Could GPPB have done that through IRR or regulation under Section 23?
Yes, Your Honor.
They could
They are
also
saying yes.
They could
yes.
also do it. Oh, okay. 43, sabi natin, 43. Okay, so GPPB is of course endorsing this bill, Mr. President, but if you look at its latest issuances, did they exercise the power and try to implement some of the ideas here in our bill, Mr. President?
Yeah. A number of the provisions in the draft bill, Your Honor, are already contained in the IRR. Kumbaga, we're just codifying it in the proposed measure, Your Honor.
So what would be, siguro, in an effort to simplify so that this representation can understand and those following us online, siguro. So what would be in the bill, what would be the entirely or totally new ideas not yet expressed in GPPB issuances, Mr. President?
Yung totally new, Your Honor. Yung MIRB po, wala pa po ata sa, I'm told that that's not in any of the regulations of the law itself is would prevent the application of the MIRB as envisioned in the bill, Your Honor, because it institutionalizes or puts forth the lowest price as the governing principle, Your Honor.
So kahit merong Section 23 of RA 9184, position ng GPPB, they could not adopt MIRB.
Yes, Your Honor.
MEARB, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And actually, MEARB, can we say, is the meat of our bill? The introduction of MEARB.
It's difficult to say that, Your Honor, given the length of the measure. But it is one of the most important provisions. I would agree with you, Your Honor.
Yes.
Definitely. Yeah.
Sige, thank you for pointing that out, Mr. President. So,
Thank you for asking it, Your Honor.
so klaro, yan ang pinaka-significant new idea, the new value of the bill, Mr. President. Ito po bang MEARB or the MIRB, kailan po ito dapat gamitin o kailan ito magagamit ng procuring entity, Mr. President?
When they are looking at procuring items of greater quality, Your Honor.
Greater quality?
Quality.
And the
Not just the price, Your Honor. They're also looking at the quality. And they would consider some of the factors like the cost of maintenance, the lifespan. Because when you consider just the price, those things do not enter the equation, Your Honor. So, hindi na ko consider yon. But the reality is, in totality, it is a cost to the government. Di ba? Because the asset may, although it was the cheapest, it's also possible it could be the most expensive to maintain. It could be possible that it's also that with the shortest lifespan, or it would require the greatest number of repairs, or, you know. And I think we've had experiences with that in some of our large procurements. I think the police cars, where we purchased a brand which was seen to be inferior, Your Honor. So,
Mahindra. The
yeah,
Mahindra
yes,
issue.
yes, Your Honor.
Sige, how would this bill have helped us with that Mahindra issue?
If we use that, let's say Mahindra is 900,000 and
Toyota.
Nissan or Toyota is 1 million. On a strict 9184 application, talagang panalo si Mahindra, Your Honor. Pero pag ginamit natin yung 60-40, 60 quality, 40 price, pwedeng ipasok yung longevity ng ano. Kung may datos tayo dun sa what is the average lifespan of a Toyota or a Nissan or a brand, Suzu or whatever brand it is, Your Honor. Pwedeng ipasok yon dun sa quality aspect, Your Honor. Dahil kumbaga tinitingnan na talaga yun yung concept of life cycle cost ng meaning life cycle from acquisition of the good to maintenance to disposal. Parang it takes into account the totality of the
Availability of the spare parts.
spare parts. Opo, tama. Yes. Servicing, ho.
Yung number of,
After,
yeah,
yes, number of
mechanics who can service the ano. Okay, so allowed na po allowed yan or i-require yan under our bill. Pero our bill does not go into the specifics, no, on how can you say that a Toyota is more durable, pick up the police vehicle converted into a police vehicle is more durable than the Mahindra? Paano malalaman yun? Let's say never naman nilang ginawa yung gagawin lang nila for the contract.
60% na, how do they have to come up with data. Well, it is no longer, that's the other side of the coin, so to speak, Your Honor. You're injecting a certain amount of subjectivity, so to speak, because there is the procuring entity has to make an appreciation of the different factors. And
Yun na nga,
just the mere fact alone of deciding whether it's 60% or 85%,
Yes, ano yun?
that alone already is the exercise of human judgment. So,
Yes.
kumbaga, that's the other side of the coin compared to a strict formulaic application of the lowest price, Your Honor. So yun yung talagang I guess nothing is perfect, but it's good to have options siguro. Yun ang masasabi natin dito. And as we learned, the life of the law is not always logic, but sometimes it's experience, Your Honor. And at least one thing we can say in support of this measure, it's based on experiences, real life experiences and real life situations experienced by several government agencies across different industries and different departments, Your Honor.
Are we retaining the Section 23 in RA 9184 in our bill? There is also a counterpart, Section 23, which GPPB believes empowers it to issue significant regulations, Mr. President.
I believe so, Your Honor. I remember reading something where meron pa ring rulemaking power ang GPPB, Your Honor. I just look for the exact it's the new or the proposed Section 24, Your Honor, of the bill.
New Section 24, apa.
It's the proviso after the listing of the different modes of procurement. There is a proviso there which says, provided that the GPPB is authorized to approve changes in the procurement process to adapt to improvements in modern and emerging technologies, provided further that such modifications are consistent with the provisions of Section 3 of this Act. 3 is the principles, the governing principles of procurement being observed, Your Honor.
Kasi the life of the law is experience or how it's being executed. Let us say lumabas because of the flexibility na mas lalo tayong nalaro o lalong nagkaroon ng butas. Can GPPB be there to plug in, to make some changes and plug in the loophole, Mr. President?
I think so, Your Honor. I think
That's
so.
why I'm looking for that
Safeguard. Yeah.
that provision, Mr. President.
Meron po, Your Honor. Meron.
Just in case.
Opo.
Is there a mandatory periodic review of the law, Mr. President, in our
A
bill?
5-year review, di ba?
So meron.
There's something similar to what your father put
The
in the
local-
local government
yes.
code, Your Honor. The 5-year mandatory review.
Bigla lang po ako nag-alala kasi baka may butas, hindi naman natin ma-picture lahat eh.
And it's been 20 years, Your Honor, so your question is very salient.
So, Mr. President, so ang ating mga anti-corruption features, meron tayong nabanggit po nating sponsor yung video recording, meron din tayo yung requirement yata to disclose the beneficial owner. But how is this, who is the so-called beneficial owner, Mr. President? Did we define it in the bill?
Yes, Your Honor. It's the one who exercises control, effective control over the what's the wording in the law? This is SEC. Yeah, the ultimate owner and the one who exercises ultimate effective control over a corporation, Your Honor.
Meron na bang sa database ng GPPB na the person who or persons who exercise ultimate control are not the ones reflected on the papers as the owners of the entity, Mr. President? Na-encounter na pa ba natin ito?
No, Your Honor. Sa kanila hindi pa. Pero I think sa SEC, they required it already. That you must require disclosure of beneficial ownership, Your Honor.
And are we following the same definition
Well,
of beneficial owner?
not the exact same definition, but it's the same principle, which ours is a more general. Kasi dun sa SEC may 25%, etc. But ours is general enough to be understood, effective control, but also I guess there's flexibility in interpretation. So that, di ba? Because human ingenuity is such that nakakahanap ng lusot yung iba.
Why did the SEC require the disclosure of the beneficial ownership? Kasi kung
Eh, maraming dami so,
baka,
di ba?
ayun na nga, Mr. President, baka naman there would be no damage if we adopt a consistent definition of the beneficial owner, Mr. President.
I will not averse to that, Your Honor.
Yeah.
If you wish, we will open to that. And
Kasi the court administrator is here, si Justice Raul Villanueva.
good evening,
And,
Justice.
mukhang-
Magandang gabi po.
mukhang-
He was very helpful during the committee hearings.
Yes.
Thank you, Justice. Salamat po.
Parang I
Yeah.
think
Sana wag niyo finifeed ng question si Senator Coco kasi nahihirapan ho kami sumagot.
hindi. Hindi,
Joke lang po.
I'm sure he knows the concept in StatCon, that as much as possible we should adopt in our body of laws a consistent definition of concepts and terms, Mr. President.
There's a merit to that, Your Honor.
I don't think he was nodding his head, Mr. President. Justice Raul was not nodding his head. Neutral. He has remained neutral, Mr. President. So, and then, Mr. President, ito po yata, I think we failed to mention this, yung blacklisting.
Yes, Your
What
Honor.
is that? That's an anti-corruption feature of our bill, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. For practices which are unlawful or
And
anti-competitive, then if there is collusion, if bidders engage in unfair practices, then definitely it is within the power of the procuring entities and agencies to blacklist suppliers and contractors, Your Honor.
when we blacklist, do we include the beneficial owners?
Yes, Your Honor.
Plus the, ano ba tawag doon? Plus the nominal po ba yung tawag doon, yung nakasulat, yung na name? Nominal owners, right?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Those
sir.
who are, so,
Yes, sir.
sige, for as long as ganyan po talaga, we have to go beyond the documents, Mr. President, kung sino talagang in control. We are also using in our bill the terms legally, technically, and financially capable. Are these words legally, technically, and financially well defined in our bill, Mr. President? Who is legally capable? Who is the one? Who is technically capable? And who is financially capable?
It's defined. Yeah. Yes,
Bakit
it's
wala, no?
well, but it's fleshed out in implementing rules, Your Honor. The fleshing out of the actual requirements is in the IRR. Like legal, it will specify the different permits required. For technical, we discussed earlier the single largest completed contract SLCC, and for technical, for financial, of course, this is the financial statements, audited financial statements of the company. Yeah, and which must be stamped received by the BIR
Recommenda lang tayo.
not earlier than 2 years from the date of bid submission, Your Honor.
Financial capability would depend on the amount of the contract. Ganun po ba yun? A company or entity which is financially capable for a contract could be found to be not financially capable for another contract. Ganun po, because of the amount of that second contract.
Sorry, could you repeat that, Your Honor? Yeah.
Is financial capability dependent on the amount of the contract? The price of the contract?
What is it, a one-to-one? What's the factor?
Ano, financial?
Diba dapat equal to the ABC, yung computation ng net financial.
So tama, depende talaga.
Must
Depende.
be
So you can be
equivalent or
capable
more
for
than
one.
the
Another contractor, pag malaki na you're not capable. Okay, tama.
100%. I'm given a formula, Your Honor,
Yung NFC,
which you will appreciate as the Senate's resident mathematician. The total assets of the company subtracted, where you subtract the existing contracts of or obligations of the company, the remaining, the result of that must be equal to or greater than the contract amount, Your Honor. I hope that's...
Yes.
that's-
Opo.
yeah.
Okay, sige po.
Yun po yung,
Para-
yun yung rule daw nila. That's the rule they observe, Your Honor. So, and then this is, that formula is evidenced by yung sinabi natin earlier, yung audited financial
Yes.
statements, stamp received by the BIR, yung computation of net financial capacity. That's the one I mentioned. No? Yung that they call that the net financial contracting capacity. But a proxy for that is a line of credit from a universal or commercial bank, Your Honor. Which shows the
Yeah,
ability to
the line
access
of
funds.
credit is added to the assets, siguro. Ganun ba yun?
Let's say the company no longer has the assets. If he can show that he has a line of credit
Yes.
that would cover that amount, then he's good to go, Your Honor.
Yes. So it's, yeah, in my mind, it's like treated like an supplement to the assets, Mr. President.
Yes, Your
So
Honor.
itong
Tama po yun. Tama
net
po yun.
financial,
Net financial contracting capacity, Your Honor.
Wala rin po sa bill yan. Nasa IRR naman po yan.
This is section 23
Ah, meron.
dash 1
Nasa IRR.
23(1)(a) of the IRR, Your
Of the
Honor.
IRR.
Yes.
Okay. Saan naman po nakuha itong konseptong ito ng GPPB, Mr. President?
So, ano, JICA or World Bank or it's a practice daw among infrastructure projects, Your Honor, to gauge financial capacity. So, among international organizations, it's something they use, Your Honor.
But we will, it's still applicable for in the procurement of goods. Pwede rin.
Parang yes,
Pwede.
yes,
Apo.
we applied it, Your Honor.
Sige po, Mr. President. Well, at this point, Mr. President, if I could ask for suspension of my interpellation, siguro we just need one more session, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor.
We can finish the interpellation.
Certainly. It's been a fruitful session, and we thank the minority leader, Your Honor.
Yes, we thank the minority leader for that.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2593 and their committee report number 214. I so move, Mr. President.
There being objection, motion is approved.
I mean, suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended for 1 minute. Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill numbers 6579, 6580, 6581, 6585, 6586, 6587, 6588, 6589, 6582, 6583, 6584, 8247, 8248, 8249, 8250, 8253, 8254, 8256, 8258, 8259, 8260, 8251, 8255, and 8252. These are the bills on the creation of trial courts. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the subject bills is that we have sponsored all the measure with the consent of the body. I move to have an omnibus interpretation of all the measures, considering that the interpretation of the good minority leader is applicable to all the aforementioned bills. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, motion is approved.
I move to recognize, to sponsor all the measures, Senator Francis, and to interpolate our minority leader, Senator Aquilino Cocop-Mintel.
Yes, our distinguished sponsor, Senator Francis Tolentino, the chairman of the Committee on Justice, is recognized, and to interpolate the distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Aquilino Cocop-Pimentel III.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I proceed with my short omnibus manifestation, I'd like to acknowledge the presence here, Mr. President, of our friends from University of Nueva Cáceres, my tol-tol.
Yes, we're from Bicol, right? Is that-
Yes, Mr. President.
Welcome to the Senate, all the
Yes.
students that are here today in faculty.
Political science students headed by
Yes,
Dean
please rise, thank you.
Kenji Jimenia
Wow.
of University of Nueva Cáceres, Naga City.
Welcome to your Senate, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Please feel comfortable, this is your home.
Mabalos.
Diyos mabalos.
Mr. President, this representation sponsored 24 committee reports as read by the Majority Leader regarding the creation of additional courts in different parts of the country. These committee reports contain certain committee amendments. In the interest of time, and as explained by the good Majority Leader, and in order to expedite the proceedings, this representation would like to move that all committee amendments, as reflected in these 24 committee reports, be considered read into the record and adopted if
Yeah.
the body would allow.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, I'm the President. My colleagues, I was acting again. I thought I was the Majority Floor Leader in the past Congresses. We are still in the period of interpellation, Your Honor. Maybe when we close the period of interpellation, that is a proper motion to make.
I was just trying to seek the attention of the good minority leader.
If you are still awake.
Testing us if we are still awake, Mr. President.
That's
Yes.
correct, that's correct.
That's a good technique to be learned by our students, Mr.
Students-in-law.
President. Yes.
Yes,
So with
Mr.
the
President.
permission of our sponsor, if we
Willingly, Mr.
yes,
President.
we will try our best, Mr. President. Since I will be asking questions on concepts, so this will be RTCs for all those bills about RTCs. This will be applicable. All those bills about municipal trial courts, METCC, MTCC. So this will be applicable, Mr. President. So with the permission of our sponsor, yes, thank you. There is a House bill, I'll just start with this question, Mr. President. There's a House bill, specifically House Bill number 6585, under Committee Report number 181, which seeks the creation of 5 regular RTCs and 1 family court. Siya lang po yung may family court. What would be the difference, Mr. President, between a family court and an RTC? Is it a family court, an RTC?
Mr. President, both would refer to the same category as a second-level court, but the family court, I presume Justice Villanueva is here, would be focused on specific jurisdictions, Mr. President, while your ordinary regional trial court would be a court of general jurisdiction, Mr. President.
As far as staffing pattern is concerned, Mr. President, do they have the same staffing pattern?
In so far as the staffing pattern, Mr. President, the array of plantilla positions would be more or less the same, Mr. President. There would be a sheriff, a clerk of court, a legal researcher with the corresponding, of course, with the corresponding salary grades and position titles and accompanying remuneration, Mr. President. So it's the same.
Would the budgetary implication in creating an RTC court be the same as the budgetary implication of creating a family court?
I would surmise it would be the same, Mr. President.
And what would be the budgetary implication, Mr. President, of the creation of one RTC?
Mr. President, my records here before I stopped reading would be within the vicinity of 9 million, Mr. President, for every RTC. Yes. And this is from the figures culled from the data of existing courts by the DBM. RTC per capita would be 9 million for PS, 9,623,169 pesos to be exact. So for a single branch, it would be 31,444,169 pesos. And that would exclude, Mr. President, the required additional prosecutor and the public attorney's office staff. That would total, the total would then be an additional 2,705,923.52 centavos, Mr. President.
Did I hear the sponsor correctly? For a branch, for an RTC branch,
Yes,
31 million.
444.
Yes. If we can just use round figures, 31 million
31 million.
pesos per year, Mr. President?
Yes,
Would be the
Mr.
budgetary
President. Yes,
implication.
Mr. President.
Because we looked at the information or the data during the committee hearing and we saw the figure 11 million, Mr. President, 11 million pesos. So 31 pala, hindi 11.
Now, we are now including the MOOE, the capital expenditures, etc., etc. Per single branch.
Yes, kung capital expenditure, this would be to operationalize
Correct.
one branch. But okay, so that at the start po, no? At the start.
Correct,
But
Mr. President.
let us say it is for the following year, magkano po yung magkano po yung regular or recurring budget for the operation of a branch of an RTC, Mr. President?
So it would be the 9 million, the PS, the 9,623,000, and then you will have the MOOE of 1,671,000, plus the EME of 150,000.
Thank you for that. 10 to 11 million pesos, Mr.
More or
President.
less,
Yes,
more or less, Mr. President.
So, how about so I will assume that that would be the same figure for the family court, no? More or
Correct,
less.
Mr. President.
How about for the first level courts, Mr. President? Iba ba ang gastusin sa Metropolitan Trial Court kaysa sa Municipal Trial Court and a Municipal
For
Circuit Trial Court?
Yes, Mr. President. For an MTCC, the PS would amount to 7,788,526, and the MOOE would be slightly higher than your MTC. It's 1,551,000. EME is 135,000. So MTCC would be a little bit higher because of the higher PS than the regular MTC, which has a PS of just 5,357,907. MOE would just be 1,074,000, and the EME would be 109,000. So a variance, more or less, Mr. President, of 2 million pesos.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does our committee, the Senate Committee on Justice, follow a formula when it recommends the creation of additional courts? For example, what do we look at? Do we look at the caseload of the existing courts before we recommend the creation of an additional court in that particular place, Mr. President?
You're correct, Mr. President. Not just the caseload, but even the non-existence of courts. Surprisingly, in areas where densely populated areas, which this representation just realized have no existing courts. For instance, the Senate President is no longer around, but Valencia, Bukidnon has no existing RTC. May kapitbahay, Silang Cavite, has no existing RTC. San Juan, Batangas, Dinagat Island, San Jose, Diplahan, Zamboanga, Sibugay, Basilisa, San Jose, Dinagat. I've mentioned Valencia, Bukidnon. But a primordial, Mr. President, is the recommendation of the Office of the Court Administrator and the Supreme Court itself that there should be a caseload threshold that should be followed, Mr. President. And I'm looking at the figure of 300 cases, Mr. President. Ang sinasabi ng Supreme Court, dapat more or less mga 300 lang yung caseload, Mr.
RTC.
President.
So that's for the RTC, Mr. President. For the RTC, per Supreme Court policy, more or less, the assumption is they can competently handle a caseload of 300
Yes.
RTC.
Or a little bit lesser.
So
300, because there are studies that would show that the timely resolution of cases is directly related to the number of cases being handled by a judge.
correct.
And a manageable caseload would allow a trial judge, to devote sufficient time and attention to each case, thereby reducing delay and perhaps writing a good ponencia, and it would reflect the fairness and the quality of decision making. So a manageable caseload would enable a trial judge to thoroughly review evidence, consider legal arguments, make well-reasoned decisions, plus, if we go on to health issues, take care of his own well-being, take care of his family members, and live a life beyond the confines of his chambers, Mr. President. Tao rin po yung judge, no? Alam niyo po, Mr. President, nabanggit niyo lang yan nung mayor po ako ng Tagaytay, yung regional trial court judge ko, I forgot his name, God bless his soul, taga Bohol. So, masipag po yun, doon talaga nakatira sa chamber na nalipat sa Quezon City, RTC. Hindi nagtagal po, nabalitaan na lang namin, namatay po siya, nakasubsob doon sa trabaho. Doon sa pagbukas nung staff niya nung kwarto, patay na si judge. I forgot the name of is a good friend of mine from Tagbilaran. Sa sipag po. So nasobrahan naman ng caseload. So yun po siguro ang dahilan kaya kailangan natin ng manageable case level, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. So, 300 siguro, if we could siguro adopt a range, siguro around 250 to 300 would be a reasonable quantity for the,
I agree.
so lagay lang natin manageable caseload of the RTC judge, manageable in the sense that he can come up with quality decisions, plus he can also manage, a good point raised by our sponsor.
He can
He
socialize.
can manage his health, mental health, as well as work-life balance, Mr.
Yes.
President. Yes. Thank you for that. How about for the family court?
It's almost the same.
How about for the first level courts? Mr. President?
It's almost the same, Mr.
Almost the
President.
same, huh?
Yes, that's what the for the municipal trial courts in cities, MTCC, the average caseload is 259. For the MTC, it's 74 actual figures. I'm not referring to actual figures. Depending on the actual venue. Metropolitan Trial Courts 317 actual figures right now. So it's manageable, but beyond that, Mr. President, baka maging unfair na po sa mga litigants kasi si judge na yung baka may sakit, hindi na kayanin. So in terms of resource allocation, all these figures, I have it here from the Supreme Court, would provide a proper balance, quoting the good minority leader, and lessens the strain on court resources. Kasi pag madaming caseload, present yung staff, nakailaw yung husgado, bukas yung electric fan, bukas yung aircon. So, mas magastos po yun. Pati yung mga court staff ay stress. Kasi hindi naman sila alis hanggat nandun si judge.
Ano po bang nangyayari sa real life situation when there is a new branch of an RTC, the existing, assuming there are already existing RTC branches, the existing RTC branches dispose or transfer some of their caseload to the new branch? Ganun po ba ang mangyayari?
They don't completely start from scratch. Some are assigned to a pairing judge, some are but usually, I heard the practice from the Supreme Court is when a judge is about to retire, he has to more or less have a clearance coming from the court administrator that would show that he has disposed of all the cases pending. Konti na lang yung ito-turn over niya, the really critical and complicated ones. So, bawas-bawas na. Hindi naman ipapasa ng buong buo sa balikat ng bagong hirang na West.
Maganda rin po yung pinoint out ng ating sponsor na hindi lang ito additional RTC branches. In some areas pala, wala pa, so bago. So, in that particular case of Silang,
Yes.
Silang Cavite, so kung ngayon, kung wala pa RTC, mga cases under the jurisdiction of the RTC must be litigated somewhere, accessible from Silang. Would be Tagaytay. So now, if we will have these Silang cases, what will happen? The Supreme Court will redefine the jurisdiction of the Tagaytay-based RTC? And then what if there are pending cases with Silang residents? Will the RTC of Tagaytay unload the case and transfer it to the new Silang RTC? Is that what's going to happen?
From what I heard, the current Sala would continue with the case, and the new cases filed would be absorbed by the newly created courts. But you are correct, Mr. President. The Supreme Court can assign caseloads to a different judge, but usually for purposes of continuity, and fairness, the old sala retains jurisdiction, Mr. President.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. Yung additional RTCs or courts in areas where there are already courts, most likely there is already a court complex which can accommodate the new branch. Ito pong mga new courts where there never have been courts of that kind, Mr. President, do we first ensure that there is space available before we create the court, Mr. President?
Mr. President, during our committee hearings, we got the confirmation from the proponents, and I'm referring to the members of Congress and even local officials, that in some, there are already existing structures built to accommodate the proposed courts, but in some, they made outright commitment that they would ensure that once the courts are created by law, they will build at no expense on the part of the Supreme Court. They will build the structure, Mr. President. Wala po tayong masyadong nakitang problema na magkakaroon ng kakulangan ng facilities, if that is the line of questioning of the good minority leader, Mr. President.
Just in case the structure is not built, what will happen, Mr. President?
Just in case the structure is not built, I think the LGU would find time and ways on how to accommodate the newly created salas. Because, Mr. President, these are not just for the litigants, but these are bragging rights of the LGUs, Mr. President, na meron po silang Hall of Justice.
Opo.
So, meron namang ibang existing na munisipyo na lumipat, binibigay naman po yun sa mga husgadong bagong tatag. So, wala po ako nakitang magiging, of course, when we speak of uniformity, baka magkaiba-iba, kasi iba't iba ho yung maibibigay ng mga iba't ibang LGU, pero hindi ho mawawala ng tahanan yung mga bagong tatag na husgado, Mr. President. And not just that, Mr. President, even the initial electrical and water expenses are now being shouldered by the LGUs, Mr. President.
Ito pong fact on the ground na LGU ang nagpapagawa, naghahanap ng space, papagawa ng structure, nagbabayad ng kuryente at saka tubig. Hindi po ito dahil sa isang kautusan ng batas, no, Mr. President?
No, Mr. President, that's if you would consider generosity on the part of the LGU, and it's been a tradition, Mr. President, that they do indeed provide for not just the facilities, but even the janitorial services. Sinasama na po nila sa general, kasi mga LGU, meron pong GSO. So sila na rin yung naglilinis nun, Mr. President, ng facilities na yon. At ang dami ko na rin po nakitang nagpagandahan na po ng Hall of Justice.
And then ito pong ating measures under consideration now, creating RTCs, one family court, and then MTCs, MTCCs, METCs, Mr. President. Lahat po ito ay nag-guarantee na ng LGUs that they will provide the spaces, if not already existing buildings and office spaces for our courts, Mr. President? Sa lahat po na ito?
Insofar as my recollection is concerned, during the committee hearings, talagang sila po yung nag-guarantee. For instance, Mr. President, to be specific, according to Congressman Olivares of Parañaque, Parañaque has an existing ongoing construction. Even while awaiting for the passage of this measure, one of the measures here, Congressman Olivares, and I quote the statement made as part of the transcript in front of me, quote, "As a matter of fact, at this point in time, Your Honor, We have an existing ongoing construction of a proposed satellite city hall within the MOA area that is located in the demolished Uniwide building. We have a 15-story building located, that is actually 3 buildings located in a 1 hectare property. So this is for Parañaque. And then for Muntinlupa, the same is true. They, according to Congressman Fresned, and I quote, we have a building to house 3 RTC, no problem as far as space is concerned, because they have an area for construction of the building, unquote. And we will make some additional structure, Mr. Chair, referring to this representation. And then for Silang, Cavite, Congressman Loyola was quoted as saying, with regard to the issue of availability of land for the establishment of a regional trial court in the municipality of Silang, I have herewith the certification issued by the municipal mayor of Silang that they are allocating 500 square meters for the establishment of a regional trial court in Silang. The same is true with the RTC in Davao and other areas. They more or less committed that there would be a structure to house the proposed salas, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. What if, in the worst case scenario, let us say, the LGU fails to provide for the space, land or office space, and we have created the court? Will the Supreme Court answer for the expenses, Mr. President, to operationalize the court?
Yes, Mr. President. It's been the
Okay.
practice of the Supreme Court to really support this. In fact, they have another model, Mr. President, which is to lease vacant areas, but it has to be located near the government facilities, likewise the fiscal's office, the police station, etc., Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. So ito po lahat ng pinag-uusapan natin ngayon ay mga House bills. So galing sa mga
Yes.
congressmen ang pag-propose. What was the extent of the participation of the Supreme Court in the deliberations for these measures, Mr. President?
That's a very good question, Mr. President. The Supreme Court was representatives from the Supreme Court were present. They provide for the data as to the number of pending cases in the area. They provided for the data as to the actual need for the creation of courts. They provided the actual number of pending cases and why there is a need to diffuse the existing caseloads, as well as the requirement as to the number of regional trial courts, the actual numbers that should be created to reach that manageable court caseload. So in effect, the Supreme Court was there. So it's not just your congressman sponsoring something out of nothing. These are all evidence-based, supported by Supreme Court data, Mr. President. And not just the Supreme Court, the Department of Budget and Management assisted the committee, as well as the Department of Justice for the required number of prosecutors, as well as the Public Attorney's Office, Mr. President. So, nagtulong-tulong na po yun, kasi hindi naman talaga po pwede sigurong mag-create lang ng husgado na wala namang kaso. Hindi naman po pwedeng hindi mag-create ng husgado na napakarami namang mga litigants. So I think the Supreme Court is aware of the actual needs of each locality insofar as the need for the actual creation of courts, Mr. President.
So for all, in other words, Mr. President, for all of the courts subject of our bills, the measures we are discussing right now, the Supreme Court found their creation to be justified, Mr. President. Given all of those formula, caseload, population, etc.
Yes.
Justified, okay?
Yes, and the Supreme Court, I'm just surmising that is always cognizant of Section 1 of the judicial powers contained in the Constitution. Again, if I may quote, judicial power shall be vested in one Supreme Court and in such lower courts as may be established by law. Meaning to say it's Congress creating the courts, backed up by the data coming from the Supreme Court. And the Integrated Bar of the Philippines, they also supported this measure, Mr. President. Our practitioners were there.
I'm sure the Supreme Court has in mind an ideal situation, given, let's say, given the current number of the population, siguro, and then they should, siguro, they have in mind how many RTCs would be ideal, how many MTCs, METCs. So how far are we from the, if shared by the Supreme Court, if this information has been shared by the Supreme Court, does the sponsor know how far we are right now from the said ideal, Mr. President?
If the ideal is a mathematical formula or equation relative to the number of population and the number of courts in existence and to be created, perhaps the Supreme Court would be remiss in fulfilling its duties, because it's not the number of courts, Mr. President, but the number of law-abiding citizens that we are producing. Even if we have a million courts, if we have a million law violators, Mr. President, it won't end there. So it's not just a reflection of the ideal number insofar as the Supreme Court is concerned, but it also involves us in the Congress and the executive branch. How do we make our citizens law-abiding? Baka naman konti na lang yung husgado, konti na lang yung law breakers. Baka naman yung iba hindi sumusunod, kahit marami tayong husgado, dadami rin yung court. So, Mr. President, I think the notion of having no offense, Mr. President, of having a correlation between the number of courts and the number of litigants might not be always be considered as tenable, because for me, this is my opinion, Mr. President, I think we should produce more law-abiding citizens, not just lawbreakers. Because the more law-abiding citizens we have, the lesser judges we will need. And the lesser judges we will need, we will have a more peaceful society, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you for the expression of opinion of our sponsor. As given to me by my staff, these are the data with us. This is the caseload nationwide. First level courts, 140,000 cases, and second level courts, 400,000 cases. Is that also the information which reached the sponsor?
I have a different figure here. As of March 31, total number of cases for second level courts would be 433,667, and then for the first level courts would be, for metropolitan trial courts, it would be 44,828. For the municipal trial courts in cities, 68,613. Municipal trial courts, 27,550. And the municipal circuit trial courts, 29,273. The records came from the Supreme Court. So the data is the date is 31 March 2024, Mr. President.
So thank you, Mr. President. We will just divide the numbers with the existing courts to find out the on paper, caseload.
So the
Mr.
total I was given, although this probably would be different, is, I think I stand by my,
The figures,
so as not
yes,
to
yes.
complicate everything, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. Okay. So, Mr. President, how long would it take to, from passage of the law of creating courts to the operationalization of the courts, Mr. President?
I must admit, Mr. President, that it usually takes time. That's why during the several committee hearings we conducted, I was really insistent in requiring the DBM make a timeline on how to, as Your Honor invoked a while ago, from the approval of the law to the operationalization of the court. It takes time, Mr. President, because the committee learned that all of the courts, including the Supreme Court, would await the issuance of a notice of organizational staffing and compensation action by the DBM, NOSCA. And NOSCA is necessary to staff the newly created courts. But per statements given by the Office of the Court Administrator, it takes around 2 years
2 years?
before a court is actually organized. 24 months. Sad, Mr. President. Here we are trying to fast-track everything. 24 months pala ito
Apo.
na bago mag-hearing.
So actually, yung data natin on caseload, pending caseload, as well as population, iba na.
Correct.
24 months later, Mr.
Correct.
President. But did the Supreme Court share information to our committee on the number of courts, existing courts already, but with no presiding judge, Mr. President?
I think we were provided a record before. Either the court has not yet been operationalized, organized, part of that 24-month transition period, or the judge retired, or the judge was transferred. There is a significant number, Mr. President. I just don't have the figures here.
Hingi na lang, Mr. President, hingi na lang siguro.
We will provide-
We will just ask from the Supreme Court through our
I-
court administrator who is
I-
here present.
I think I have it
How
here.
many courts?
I have it here now, Mr.
You have it?
President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Total unorganized
Ano yung sabi ng ano?
total unorganized courts would total newly created courts awaiting the NOSCA would be 70.
7-0.
70 po. And then you have unfilled court positions, and this would refer to judges, would be 132. And then organized courts without presiding judges, temporary vacancies would be 519. So this would probably involve complicated matters as awaiting JBC nomination, signature of the president, etc. These are administrative matters beyond the comprehension of this representation. So, Mr. President, even organized, so the total vacancies right now would be 651, organized and unorganized courts. Unorganized, Mr. President, would mean not disarray or disorganization, not staffed
So
completely.
yes, just to be clarified, Mr. President, the 132 unfilled court positions
Yes.
would refer to courts yet to be organized.
Yes, Mr. President, unorganized.
Yes, unorganized yun.
Yes, so we're referring to 56 RTCs, 31 family courts, 38 metropolitan trial courts, and 2 municipal courts, to be exact, Mr. President.
So by creating all of these courts in the measures that we are discussing today, won't we just be adding to the problem of the Supreme Court in the unfilled court positions, Mr. President?
So, because, Mr. President,
Hindi pa sila kasali doon, di ba? Hindi pa sila kasali sa 56 RTC, tama po?
yes, Mr. President.
Hindi pa po, oh.
Hindi pa.
So paano po yan?
So there's a difference between created courts, newly created courts, unfilled because there are no qualified judges yet appointed.
Okay,
That's
70.
one. But shortlisted by the Judicial and Bar Council, not appointed yet by Malacanang. And then you have the newly created courts with the necessary NOSCA, but no presiding judge appointed. They can move, but no appointment yet. But there is also a difference with a no NOSCA courts, no DBM issued NOSCA that would authorize the filling up of positions. So kahit may building na, kahit na-create na ng Congress, wala pang pondo na nire-release si DBM. So
70 po yun. 70 ang apektado doon, tama? Yung awaiting NOSCA.
yes, correct.
Apo.
Correct.
Sige po. And we appreciate all of these figures because we are also looking at how we can help the Supreme Court. Kung may, if there's something Congress can do, Mr. President, kung
We have
to help the Supreme Court.
yes, Mr. President, there's a pending measure filed by the Senate President, the Fiscal Autonomy Act. The Fiscal Autonomy Act, if I'm not mistaken, and a hearing will be conducted this coming Monday, would probably address this concern. And I'm looking at the court administrator, and he's nodding his head. It will probably address this concern because you no longer have to reach out to the DBM. So with the Fiscal Autonomy Act, sila na yung magpopondo. And the court administrator is nodding. So probably I'm correct.
Anyway, I will pursue the topic during the committee hearing na lang or
This coming Monday.
or when it is here in plenary. But for example, I will use the figures shared by our sponsor. 70
Yes.
newly created courts awaiting NOSCA. NOSCA
Yes.
comes from DBM. 70 po yun. But there are 519 already organized courts without presiding judge. So, hindi na po makukure ng bill po yan kasi these are already organized. What seems to be the problem, Mr. President?
It's the-
Marami-rami yun, 519.
It's the appointment process. And fortunately, I was privy to the stringent appointment process. You have to be interviewed, you have to take the prejudicature. The prejudicature, they increase the general average, and then you have to pass the JBC interview, and then you have to pass the Malacanang vetting process. So it's not just a filling up of positions. Some judges would not want to be from regions 5 to 12. Some judges would just want to be appointed near their places of residence. Ayaw po nilang ang hirap pilitin na yung anak nag-aaral na. So ito po yung may mga pamilya na rin. So ayaw nilang ma-uproot sa ibang bayan. So isa po yun siguro this matter should be addressed by the JBC, the Supreme Court itself. And then there are areas where there are no takers. I have received letters from hindi ko na sabihin yung lugar, na gusto dito na lang sa Metro Manila kasi takot na siya doon. So wala naman mag-assume doon sa lugar na, hindi ko na babanggitin kung anong lugar na yon. So we can just speculate. So a lot of factors. So as to the number 519, these are temporary vacancies. There are applicants. Filling up. There are shortlisted applicants from the JBC submitted to Malacanang. So I was informed that once the appointments are issued, the 519 vacancies will be drastically reduced. So Malacanang na po siguro kung kailan nila ilalabas yung appointment.
Sige po. Well, at any rate, Mr. President, pinag-usapan lang natin ito just in case, kung meron man maitutulong ang Kongreso para mapabilis nga itong magawa, matayo at mapunuan ang ating courts na ginagawa po
If
natin.
only we can appoint, Mr. President, if only Congress can appoint.
Yes. Kung
Para
meron man by law that we can do, Mr. President.
Yes,
Kasi
so,
yung 500, ira-round off ko lang, Mr. President, 500 courts without presiding judge. Kung i-times mo ng 200 caseload nun, Mr. President, ilan na? 100,000 yata, Mr. President.
so the pairing system is still there.
Yeah,
but again, the pairing
sayang,
system is...
efficiency yung sabi, mental health naman nung judge na
Kawawa naman yung pairing
we should
judge.
not take solace or refuge on the fact na may pairing judge. Sayang din, Mr. President, tama? Kung 500 times 200, 100,000? 500 judges with caseload of 200, binabaan ko na po yun kasi 250 to 300 yung atin. That is, I think, that is equal to 100,000 cases.
I agree.
Mr. President.
I agree.
So, at any rate, pinag-usapan lang natin ito para lang malaman ng taong bayan saan tayo makatulong without, of course, interfering with the independence of the judiciary, Mr. President, that concept we should respect till the end of time, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President, I think we have clarified that the courts sought to be created by the measures before us have been found to be justified in their creation by the Supreme Court as well as the other agencies which participated in the hearing, and their creation have been ably defended by our sponsor, Mr. President, who has studied the subject matter very carefully and minutely, Mr. President. So congratulations to our sponsor for the creation of around more than 100 yata. I think we're creating the courts to be created. There are more than 100 pending before us, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, there being no other member who wishes to interpret, I move that we close the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 6579 and recognize Senator Francis Tolentino for his committee amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I reiterate my previous sponsorship of the 24 committee reports regarding the creation of additional courts in different parts of the country. So the committee reports contain certain committee amendments, and again, in the interest of time, this representation would like to move that all committee amendments as reflected in these 24 committee reports be considered read into the records, Mr. President, and I'm referring to the measures contained in committee report number 178. Committee report 178 refers to the creation of Muntinlupa courts under House Bill 6579. Committee report, Mr. President, am I allowed to proceed?
Yes, please proceed. Yes, finish your motion.
I still have the floor?
Yes, please continue.
I see some
Yes,
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended. Resume.
Mr. President, I withdraw my previous motion concerning the omnibus sponsorship of the 24 committee reports, Mr. President.
Yes, motion is approved. Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with no other committee amendment, committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Hindi pa. Not
Sir,
yet.
Move suspension, Mr.
Session
President.
suspended.
Hindi pa. Mr. President,
Now, pag na.
Mr. President, we move for the suspension of Section 80 of the rules and that the amendments relative to committee report number 178 be read into the record. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, with no other committee or individual, I move to close the period of amendments of House Bill number 6579.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 6580 and recognize Senator Francis Trillo for committee amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Again, Mr. President, we move for the suspension of Section 80 of the rules and that the amendments contained in committee report number 179 relative to House Bill 6580 be read into the records as reflected in the said committee report. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
With no other committee or individual amendments on House Bill number 6580, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 6581 and recognize Senator Francis Trillo for his committee amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. With reference to House Bill 6581, we move to suspend Section 80 of the rules and that the amendments contained in committee report number 180 be read into the records as reflected in the said committee report. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with no other committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments of House Bill number 6581.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 6585 and recognize Senator Francis Tolentino for committee amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, relative to House Bill 6585, we move for the suspension of Section 80 of the rules and that the amendments contained in Committee Report 181 be read into the records as reflected in the said report. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with no other committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments of House Bill number 6585.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 6586 and recognize Senator Francis Tolentino for committee
Is
amendments.
there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with reference to House Bill 6586, I move for the suspension of Section 80 of the rules and that the amendments contained in Committee Report 182 be read into the records as reflected in the said committee report. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with no other committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments of House Bill number 6586.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 6587 and recognize Senator Francis Tolentino for his committee amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, relative to House Bill 6587, this representation moves for the suspension of Section 80 of the rules and that the amendments contained in Committee Report 183 be read into the records as reflected in the said committee report. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
With no other committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments of House Bill number 6587. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 6588 and recognize Senator Francis Tolentino for his committee amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Relative to House Bill 6588, this representation moves for the suspension of Section 80 of the rules and that the amendments contained in Committee Report 184 be read into the records as reflected in the said report. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
With no other committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments of House Bill number 6588. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 6589 and recognize Senator Francis Tolentino for his committee amendments.
Is there any
Thank you,
objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Relative to House Bill 6589, this representation moves for the suspension of Section 80 of the rules and that the amendments contained in Committee Report 185 be read into the records as reflected in the said report. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with no other committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments of House Bill number 6589. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move to recognize the period of amendments of House Bill number 6582 and recognize Senator Francis Tolentino for his committee amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, relative to House Bill 6582, this representation moves for the suspension of Section 80 of the rules and that the amendments contained in Committee Report 217 be reflected into the records as contained in said committee report. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
With no other committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments of House Bill number 6582. I so move, Mr.
Is there
President.
any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 6583 and recognize Senator Francis Tolentino for his committee amendments.
Is there any objections? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move for the suspension of Section 80 of the rules and that amendments contained in the committee report relative to House Bill 6582 be read into the records as reflected in said committee report. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
With no other committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments of House Bill number 6583. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 6584 and recognize Senator Francis Tolentino for his committee amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Relative to House Bill 6584, this representation moves for the suspension of Section 80 of the rules and that amendments contained in Committee Report 219 be read into the records as reflected in the said committee report. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
With no other committee or individual amendment, I move to close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 8247 and recognize Senator Francis Tolentino for his committee amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. Relative to House Bill 8247, this representation moves for the suspension of Section 80 of the rules and that amendments contained in Committee Report 220 be reflected in the records as contained in the said committee report. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
With no other committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments of House Bill number 8247. I so move, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6579. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6580. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6581. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6585. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6586. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6587. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6588. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6589. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6582. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6583. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6584. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8247. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session. Session suspended.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, before we adjourn, there's one more admin matter. The designation of the panel to the Bicameral Conference Committee. Mr. President, Mr. President, I move that we proceed to the reference of business.
Yes, is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Additional reference of business, message from the House. Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 18 March 2024, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House number 180, upgrading the Quirino Province Medical Center in Cabarogus, Quirino into a level 3 hospital, appropriating funds therefore. And House Number 10081, increasing the bed capacity of the Region 1 Medical Center in Dagupan, Pangasinan from 600 to 1,500 beds, appropriating funds therefore. House Number 10082, establishing in Amulong, Cagayan, a basic comprehensive specialty center to be known as the Cagayan Valley Medical Center, and appropriating funds therefore. And House Number 10083, increasing the bed capacity at the Amang Rodriguez Memorial Medical Center in Marikina, Metro Manila, from 500 to 1,000 beds, appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 18 March 2024, it passed the following House bills proposing the creation of TESDA centers in the following areas. House Number 194, TESDA Assessment Center in San Mariano, Isabela. 195 in Ronda, Cebu. 196 in the 6th Congressional District of Quezon City. 197 in Santa Cruz, Davao del Sur. 198 in Canduay, Bohol. 199 in Amulong, Cagayan. 100 Balayan, Batangas. 10101 Pangantukan, Bukidnon. 10102 Kalilangan, Bukidnon. 10103 Lowang, Province of Northern Samar. 10104 Isabela City, Basilan. 10132 Balilihan, Bohol. 10133 Loon, Bohol. 10134 General Trias, Cavite. 10135 Sipalay, Negros Occidental. 10136 Binalbagan, Negros Occidental.
Referred to the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education and Finance.
House Number 8210, establishing an academic recovery and accessible learning program and appropriating funds therefore. And House Number 10142, an act strengthening the early childhood care and development system.
Hindi ko...
House Number 8210, establishing an academic recovery and accessible learning program and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to the Committee on Rules.
House Number 10142, strengthening the early childhood care and development system, appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to the Committees on Basic Education, Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality and Finance.
And House Number 9794, amending sections 27, 28, 57, 112, 292, 293, 294, 295, 296, 297, 300, 301, 309, 310, and 311, and adding a new section 295A in the NIRC of 1997 as amended and for other purposes.
Referred to the Committee on Ways and Means.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill Number 1604 and House Bill Number 8210, both on Aral Program Act. I so move, Mr. President.
The following members are hereby designated as Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill Number 1604 and House Bill Number 8210. They are Senator Win Gatchalian as chairperson, and members for the majority, Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy Binay, Senator Pia S. Cayetano, Senator Francis Tolentino, and for the minority, Senator Risa Ontiveros, so designated.
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 67th Session, Monday, April 29, 2024, and consider the same as approved.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, May 6, 2024. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, May 6, 2024.